A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you transcribed Monday through Friday by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Claudia, listen to me. Was it necessary to come all the way downtown just to buy a coffee pot? You could have got one uptown.
Midget's had a sale.
$4.80 instead of $5. Our combined car fare was 40 cents, to say nothing of the time we spent. And I, like a fool, let myself be talked into it.
It was the principle of the thing.
The principal cost you 20 cents. Why don't we go across 34th Street? Why are we going this way?
Shorter.
Further.
This is a one-way street.
The other way. Anyway, we're not an automobile. Oh, look where you're going.
I am.
You're not. You nearly broke your neck. What's the matter with you? Haven't you and David patched up your quarrel?
Yes, but I unpatched it again. Mama, I just don't darn well, and that's that.
Learn.
I don't seem to. I start out all right, and it all looks all beautiful and crisscross, and then suddenly it's just a great big bunch. David says it feels just like a pebble in his shoe.
I don't doubt it.
Oh, and Mama, and then the coffee.
What about the coffee?
Boils away.
Why do you let it?
How can I help it? It's as much David's fault as mine. We get talking, and first thing you know, there isn't any coffee.
Shouldn't talk so much.
I know. It's happened twice this morning, too. Second time we weren't talking. David wasn't even speaking to me.
How could you let it happen twice, you little dope?
I didn't. I was watching it carefully, and then suddenly the pot was empty.
Nonsense. A watched pot doesn't even boil, much less boil away.
This one did. You see, the first time it boiled away, it got a little hole in it. It was just a little hole.
Claudia, a hole is one thing that is just as little as big.
I know it now.
Well, all I can say is your marriage certainly is on the rocks. Did David threaten to divorce you?
Everything but. And if you don't think he's mad at you...
Me? What have I done?
Telling me to give him prunes. He won't forget that in a hurry.
Tell him I beg his pardon. Just a moment, if you please.
What are you stopping for?
Because I suddenly realized that this is the street the pet shop is on.
Pet shop? Oh, is it? I didn't notice. What a coincidence.
And I fell for it.
Now, aren't you glad? Look, Mama, the monkey's still in the window.
In the window? Yes. Yes, he is. Look. Oh, isn't he cute? Oh, look at the way he's scratching himself. Oh, isn't he cute? And he bites men, too. Just the thing to take your marriage off the rocks.
I've changed my mind, Mama. I don't think we'd be happy with a monkey.
I'm not certain that a monkey would be happy with you. Come along now. Keep
Hey,
talking.
now, wait a minute. If you don't think we're going in to look at that dog, as long as we're here, come on, Mama.
We are not.
After the man brought it all the way into town for us to see? Aren't you ashamed?
He was bringing it into town anyway.
Oh, come on. It won't hurt just to see, will it?
Well, if you're asking me, the answer is yes. Oh, all right. We'll just look, and no monkey business.
I told you I decided against the monkey. Come on in, Mama. It won't hurt just to look.
Except that it takes 5 years off my life every time you look at something.
Well, look who's here. Good afternoon, ladies. I knew you'd be back.
Then, sir, you knew more about my plans than I did myself.
Well, you're back, aren't you?
I'm afraid so.
And the Major's waiting for you.
The Major?
The Major. That's what his name is. The dog, Major.
But I don't see him.
Either do I. Where is he?
I got him tied up in the backyard. He's too big to keep in the shop. Sort of, wait a minute, I'll go get him.
Well, that's a load off my shoulders.
What?
If this animal's too big to keep in the store, he's too big for your apartment.
Oh, there, Major. Slow down. Don't take it. Oh, watch out, ladies. Here he comes.
Claudia! Claudia, get out of the way!
Down, Major.
Claudia, you
Here, Major. Down, Major, now. Bad boy, lie down there. Oh, dear old my, I'm awfully sorry, lady. That was a bad bump.
Yes, I mean, no. I just went down all of a sudden. I mean, he put his paws on my shoulder, and here I am on the floor.
Here, now, let me help you up. Are you hurt?
No, but I'm glad he didn't head for you, Mama.
So am I.
Well, come on, Major. I'll put you back in the yard where you belong. I bring you all the way in from Long Island for Lady to see you, and that's the way you act.
Don't take him away. He didn't mean any harm. He was just friendly, wasn't you? Oh, Mama, look at his eyes. Aren't they beautiful? And his coat's just like silk, and he's enormous.
Is he gentle?
Gentle, you can put your hand right in his mouth. Go on, now. Put your hand in his mouth. He won't bite.
No, thank you. I'll take your word
You
for
know, the
it.
more I look at him, the bigger he gets. He must be the biggest dog there is, isn't he?
If there's any bigger, I ain't met him. This here dog weighs close to 200 pounds.
200?
Well, 150 anyways.
You're sure he's a dog? He looks more like a lion.
He's a Newfoundland, ma'am. 100% Newfoundland.
Looks like 120% to me.
He has the face of an angel. It is a he, isn't it?
He's a he, all right.
That's good. Claudia, of what possible interest can that be to you?
I think David would prefer a manly dog.
Claudia, you're not intending by any chance to buy that.
Am I? You bet I am. If he doesn't cost a fortune.
Lady, that dog's worth $500. Yes, sir, that's what the fella paid them, $500.
$500. What fella?
Fella that owns him, millionaire, lives up on Park Avenue. Name is Morgan, Augustus Morgan.
Oh, then the dog's not for sale. That's different. Oh, he certainly is a beautiful doggy, isn't he? Oh, aren't you making nice old Major?
Oh, he's for sale, all right, though
Oh.
maybe for sale ain't the right expression. He's practically being given away.
Given away.
Did that bargain look out of your eye, Claudia?
Oh, he's a bargain, all right. You see, this fella Morgan leaves him here last week and says, my wife won't let me keep the dog. Find a good home for him and just get enough out of it to pay your expenses. So, that's the story, miss. And you can have the dog for $25. That's what I figured it cost me in damages and hamburgers this last week.
$25. And he weighs about 200 pounds. I'll take it.
Claudia, you don't buy dogs by the pound. And if his former owner couldn't afford to keep him, you and David certainly can.
Who's this Mr. Morgan's wife, Mama? David hasn't got a wife like that.
You buy that dog, David won't have a wife at all. He'll divorce you for a lunatic. He'll not only wreck your marriage, he'll wreck the apartment.
Mama, couldn't I just try? Couldn't I just take him on approval?
That's an idea. Leave me your name and address, and if you like the dog, you can send me a check.
That's wonderful. Can you trust us?
Of course. You two ladies look as honest as the day is long. Got anything to identify yourself?
Let me see now. I've got my name pinned inside my coat pocket.
Why?
I don't know. Mom always made me do it.
Why?
I don't know. I never asked her. Mama, why did you want me to carry my name in my pocket?
So if you got lost, you could find yourself, I guess.
More or less.
Well, it's as good a way as any to identify yourself. But I guess nobody would think up a stunt like that to cheat a man out of a dog.
Here it is. You can see it.
I could if I could read upside down. You read it to me.
Claudia Brown, 117
Claudia Brown, 117 East.
Oh, that's not my name. I changed it.
You changed it.
Naturally.
Don't sound natural to me.
I got married.
Oh, you got married.
Mm-hmm.
That's good and natural. Well, I hope you remember to feed him.
My husband?
I was thinking mainly about the dog.
Claudia, before you get your life involved with this monster, wouldn't it be wise to reconsider?
Reconsider what? He's beautiful.
Start with a bowl of goldfish. Oh. Nice goldfish.
Fish aren't animals.
Canaries are nice.
They're not animals either.
Kittens. How about kittens?
I adore them, but my husband isn't crazy about cats, I don't think.
Well, a lot of men aren't. Then again, a lot of men are. Depends on the man, I imagine.
Yep. And I think it'll have to be Major.
Claudia, may I ask how you intend to get this creature home? Carry him?
He'd go on a taxi, lady. He loves taxis.
That's a blessing.
We better buy him a collar and leash.
The one he's got goes with him, lady.
You mean I can just walk out with him?
Nothing to stop you. And I'll be expecting a check for the dog tomorrow.
Oh, thank you. Thanks. I'm sure it'll be the check.
And I'm sure it'll be the dog.
Hey! Hi there, anybody home?
Oh, David, I didn't hear you.
What's the matter? No kiss.
David.
Look here, are you going to be one of those wives that's always carrying a grudge, huh?
I am not.
Well, that's a relief. Here, I bought you something.
Oh, lovely. I bought you something, too.
You did?
Mm-hmm. 3 guesses what it is?
Animal, vegetable, or mineral?
It's animal.
What kind of animal?
Well, it's a long story.
Well, make
now.
it short.
Well, you see, David, listen, David, I wanted to cement our marriage.
You wanted to do what?
Well, you went off without even kissing me.
I'm sorry. That's why I brought you the candy.
And that's why I bought you the dog.
The what?
Dog.
Did I hear you correctly? Did you say dog?
Yes.
Claudia, listen to me. There are 2 things in a man's life that he has to pick out for himself. One of them is his dog.
I know, but you see, I happened to pass a pet shop.
You bought a dog at a pet shop?
Well, you don't think I bought him at a drugstore?
I don't know.
Oh, well, we can return him, darling, but won't you just look at him first?
All right. I suppose it's one of those anemic toy white poodles.
No, it's a little bigger than a toy poodle.
Well, where is it? Let's see it.
Locked up in the bedroom. Now, David, wait. I'll open the door, and you better stand with your back against the wall.
Why?
Because you'll see why.
Hey!
Darling, he knocked you over. Oh, he always does that. Are you hurt?
Sure, I'm hurt. I won't be able to sit down for a week. Hey, wait a minute. Give a man a chance, will you? Come on.
He's just playing.
Glad to know it. Holy smokes, let me look at it. Why, you're a monster.
That's what Mama said.
Oh, Mama's right, as usual. Claudia, how did you get a dog like this in a pet shop?
Well, we'll take him back, darling. Don't get excited.
Over my dead body, we'll take him back. He's magnificent. Look at that confirmation. You know what? You've got good taste in husbands and better taste in dogs.
David, you like it?
Do I like it? I've always wanted either a Dane or a Newfoundland. I'd say these dogs are pretty expensive,
He
aren't they?
cost over $500.
Ouch. That's a lot of a dog for our savings account.
But the man only charged me $25.
25?
Yeah.
That's giving them away.
I know it is. He was a special sale because, you see...
Because why?
Oh, he's not vicious or anything. You see, it isn't the initial cost, it's the upkeep. And I bought 5 pounds of hamburger for him. Well, 4.5 pounds, really. I left out half a pound for us.
Are you trying to tell me that we can't keep him?
Oh, David, I want to, but I was afraid you wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I'll work my fingers to the bone for the old boy. Hey, come on over here, old fellow. Now, don't knock me over again. Why, he's only a pup. He won't play. Come on
Careful,
over.
David, watch the table.
Okay, Major. So you want to fight, huh? All right, I'll show you. Come on, get in there and fight. That's a boy.
Oh, it's the house telephone. I'll go.
Take it easy, boy. Now, take it easy now, boy.
Hello? Yes? Oh, no, I don't know what it can be, but I'll see if I can stop it.
Come on, right again.
I'm awfully sorry. Goodbye.
Who was it?
The people downstairs.
What do the people downstairs want?
They want to know what's going on upstairs. Their chandeliers are falling down.
All story material used in this broadcast of Claudia was under the supervision of Rose Franken and William Brown Maloney. Has it occurred to you, lady, that you can order Coca-Cola by the case now and get it? It's not a bad idea, you know, to keep an ample supply of Coke on hand. You never can tell when Junior will want to treat his school team or daughter will ask the crowd over for a Coke party. In your housework, too, it's nice to work refreshed with ice-cold Coca-Cola. When you shop, have your grocer or service station put a case of Coca-Cola in your car. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
This is Ken Roberts inviting you to listen to another adventure of Casey, crime photographer. Ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Our adventure for tonight, the disappearance of Mr. Dizzel. Night. A quiet street of old conservative brownstone mansions. On one of them, a small bronze sign bears the modest legend, Adam Dizzel, dealer in rare books. Approaching this house, but on the opposite side of the street.
Doggone, Luella, I enjoyed that movie. Them two fellas was funny.
Pretty good, all right, but 11:30 is too late for us to be coming home, Henry. I got to be up cooking breakfast for Mr. Dizzel by 7 in the morning.
Yeah, we both got to. Mr. Dizzel seems to be keeping late hours himself tonight. There's a light showing behind the blinds in his office.
Yeah. What was that?
Somebody shooting guns.
In our house. Mr. Dizzel's house.
Somebody's busting out our door, running down the steps.
Yeah, 3 men.
2 of them is carrying the third man.
Yeah, and they're getting in that automobile.
Now, you stay here, Luella. I'm going to...
No, you stay right here till we find a policeman.
Let me look for a policeman.
I see 2 of them coming, Henry. They heard them shots. That car's getting away. Police! Police!
All right, we're coming.
What happened?
3 men in that black sedan, officer. We saw them come out and...
I'll commandeer a car and go after them. Schultz, you'll see what the shooting was about.
Okay, Sarge.
The shooting was in our house, Mr. Dizzel's house.
Hey, you come with me. We'll get inside. You two work for Mr. Dizzel, don't you?
Yes, sir. We keep house for him and Mr. Lawrence.
We live down in the basement.
Yeah, that front door's wide open.
It sounded like them shots was fired in Mr. Dizzel's office.
His office door is closed, Luella.
Yeah, and it's locked, too. I'll bust it here. Yeah, that did it.
Oh, there's blood on the floor there. Blood!
Yeah, and the office is empty.
Where's Mr. Dizzel? What happened to Mr. Dizzel?
All right, now, if you good people just let me get one more picture, I'll be all finished.
Are all these pictures of Luella and me going to be in the papers, Mr. Casey?
Well, the best ones will be. Now, hold it just like that. That's all. Thank you.
You two can go now. You've told me all you can, I guess.
We told you all we know, Captain Logan. Come on, Henry. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I suppose you'd give us a lowdown on this business, Logan. Annie and I just got the assignment.
You and Miss Williams are slipping, Casey. The other cameras and reporters were all finished before you two showed up.
Well, that's the breaks. Sometimes they work the other way.
What have you learned about the shooting, Captain Logan?
Nothing of much value yet. A black sedan pulled away from here right after the shots were heard. One of the 3 men in that sedan was dragged or carried to it by the others. He was probably Adam Dizzel. Anyway, Dizzel is gone. Bloodstains in his office, plus some bullet holes, indicate he was the victim, probably kidnapped.
Hey, a slug went through this very expensive-looking book.
Yeah, we found the slug, and 2 more, all fired from a .38 revolver.
Hey, Logan, maybe the 2 guerrillas came here intending a robbery. Dizzel discovered him. They plugged him without killing him and then took him away so he couldn't describe or identify him.
Casey, our experts tell me there's a folio Shakespeare worth plenty on that shelf in plain sight. It could have been lifted in a split second, but it wasn't.
Well, such extremely rare volumes as folio Shakespeare's must be almost impossible for thieves to dispose of, Captain Logan. Ownership of every such book in existence is known.
Miss Williams, book collecting in some instances is nothing less than a disease. Rabid collectors will buy items they know are stolen just for the sheer kick of personal possession. Casey, you remember that little crook who called himself Professor Ishka?
Ishka? Yeah, an interesting little guy, too. He and I were almost buddies, Annie, before unsympathetic cops like Logan sent him back to the big house about 10 years ago.
For his 3rd offense. Professor Ishka was a rare book thief, Miss Williams, but he got bragging streaks occasionally.
Theft may have been the motive in this case, Logan.
And I'm hoping to get a lead on the real motive when Neil Lawrence is located.
Neil Lawrence?
Now, he's Dizzel's nephew. He lives here and acts as a sort of assistant to his uncle. So he should know a lot about his business and personal associations. The servant you met told me that Lawrence left the house early this evening to go to the theater.
Dizzel was all alone here then from about 8 p.m. on.
Yeah.
I see the lock on this office door is broken.
The cop who got here right after the shooting found it locked, and he broke it.
I wonder why the kidnappers bothered to lock it from the outside when they're in such a hurry.
I've wondered about that. They must have taken the key away with them. We haven't been able to find it.
It's the only door. The walls are solid bookshelves from floor to ceiling, except for those 2 windows facing the street.
And those windows are locked from inside. Dizel's visitors got in through that door.
Well, he must have admitted him then. And because he knew him, since they came long after business hours.
Yeah, I think he knew him.
Captain Logan's in your uncle's shop, Mr. Lawrence. He'll tell you all about it.
Lawrence is here.
Thank you, officer. I'll go in.
Now, come right in, Mr. Lawrence. I've been waiting for you. I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Bureau.
One of your men outside just told me...
I'm sorry you came home to such bad news.
He gave me no details, Captain. What happened?
First, I must ask you some routine questions. I'm told you went to the theater tonight.
Yes, the Globe. Later, we had a few drinks and steak at the Bristol Club. I just came from there.
By we, you mean a young lady was with you?
No.
No, what was your friend's name, please? This is all part of a necessary general checkup.
I was with Bruce Madden.
Not Bruce Madden, Jr.?
Yes. I know you check up on anything I tell you, so...
I've met Bruce Madden, Jr. professionally when he tried to extort money from his wealthy father. So you're a friend of his.
Now, look here, Captain. I've never been connected with any of the trouble Bruce has been in. We've simply been friends since we were kids.
And you and he were together tonight when your wealthy uncle was probably both shot and kidnapped by two men. Sit down, Mr. Lawrence. I'm going to ask you some questions that aren't just routine.
Captain Logan thinks Dizzel's nephew, this Neil Lawrence, had something to do with his uncle's kidnapping, huh, Kate?
He's about convinced that Lawrence and his pal Bruce Madden, Jr. had everything to do with it, Ethelbert.
Well, police checkup shows that Lawrence and Madden left the Globe Theater about 11 o'clock, and they didn't show up at the Bristol Club until after 12:30.
The shots inside Dizzel's place were heard at 11:30.
But why should this Lawrence put a snatch on his uncle? And who's Bruce Madden, Jr.?
Oh, don't you ever read the papers, Ethelbert?
Oh, sure, Miss Williams, but... Oh, Bruce Madden, Jr. is the playboy son of that rich millionaire.
Yeah. Several months ago, Madden Sr. washed his hands of the young screwball and cut off his supply of easy money. And young Madden tried to extort money from his father. Now, Logan figures that he and Bruce Jr. got desperate for the old green stuff and put the snatch on Dizzel in order to get it.
It listens to me like he figures right. Has he put Lawrence and Madden under arrest yet?
No, because he hasn't got any real evidence. They're being watched every minute, though.
Well, Neil Lawrence doesn't look to me like a kidnapper.
He's a good-looking young guy, Ethelbert.
Well, now, that has nothing to do with my opinion. We're not even sure there's been a kidnapping.
No, not yet.
Until there's some proof, such as a demand for ransom. I'm going to believe, well, that Neil Lawrence is simply a victim of circumstances.
Henry. It's 6:30, Henry. Haul yourself out that bed.
Okay, Lou.
Well, we got to get breakfast for Mr. Lawrence now, so hop into your clothes while I go upstairs and fetch in the milk.
Why don't that milkman leave them bottles in front of our basement like he used to?
'Cause told him not to. Dogs come sniffing down there. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Llewellyn?
It's time to get up.
I haven't been to bed.
Oh, 'cause you're so worried about your uncle. Well, Mr. Lawrence, here's a letter addressed to you.
A letter?
Yes, it was lying half under the door when I took in the milk. It's got no postage stamps on it.
Well, let's see it.
Mr. Lawrence, you look funny. Is there something in that letter about your uncle?
It's from my uncle.
From Mr. Dizzel?
Yes, I must phone the police. Letter tells me he's being held by kidnappers and that I must raise $150,000 to ensure his safe return.
Yeah, you and Miss Williams can look at the ransom letter, Casey. But not a line about it in your paper until I say okay.
It's off the record, Logan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He even tells Lawrence how to raise the money. He's to pledge or sell securities and books and borrow whatever else is required. You sure this letter's in Dizel's handwriting?
It's authentic. We've checked on that.
And someone came here during the night and stuck it under the front door.
Miss Williams, Lawrence stuck it under the door from inside. 4 of my best men were watching the outside of this house, and they say no one came near that door except the milkman.
Well, maybe the milkman.
We're investigating him, but Lawrence is our guy, plus young Madden. Now, last night they forced Dizzel to write this letter. Then, sometime before morning, Lawrence slid it under the street door for Luella Clarence to find when she went for the milk.
Annie, it looks like the good-looking Mr. Lawrence all the way. Well, you'll let Lawrence raise the ransom dough, then, according to the instructions of this letter, Lawrence.
Yeah, he's out on that job now, trailed by my guys and 2 FBI agents.
FBI?
I notified the feds the moment this letter proved we had a kidnapping case. And they've been nice so far and haven't taken it completely out of my hands.
Excuse me, gentlemen, and Miss Williams.
What is it, Mrs. Clarence?
Well, I got to think that maybe you all come up here without having much breakfast and would like some hot coffee.
Coffee?
Hey, I would.
Oh, me too.
Well, I got some percolating back in the dining room.
Lead us to it.
Come on. You know, the dining room is just behind this room. But you got to go out and around this hall to get to it. This shop here used to be the parlor before Mr. Dizzel had it built into a bookshop.
Did you work here when it was just a residence, Luella?
No, Mr. Casey. Henry and me come here to work about 6 years ago, just a little before Mr. Lawrence did. And Mr. Dizzel, he had the place changed for his bookshop long before that. Well, sit down at that table and I'll serve you coffee and sandwiches.
And sandwiches?
Oh, they're just made out of odds and ends I had in the icebox. I was going to open up some canned ham and chicken to keep for emergencies, but I found that man might have ate them up.
Your husband's an icebox robber, Luella?
Henry declares up and down he didn't touch nothing, Miss Williams, but he's lied to me before. Here's your coffee.
Oh, Luella, you're a friend in need.
And,
yeah.
Dig into him. I got the makings for more.
You're entertaining a mob who won't hesitate to ask for more, Luella.
Well, that's the kind of people I like to feed.
It's pickles for me.
Yeah, it's some fireplace you have in this dining room.
Isn't it a beauty, Casey? It's so big.
Oh, poor Mr. Dizzel loved that old fireplace. But it burned up so much wood. My Henry got miseries in his back from toting it.
Napkin, Logan.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, there's a telephone. Excuse me.
Oh, you have an extension here in the dining room.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dizzel put extensions all over this house. Hello? Yes, sir. Oh, just a minute, sir. It's for you, Captain Logan. Your headquarters calling.
Thanks. Hold this pickle, Casey.
Got it.
Logan speaking. Identification positive? When was he found? How long have you been dead? I'll leave Sergeant Martin in charge here and get right up there.
What is it, Logan?
Yeah, what's up?
Quite a coincidence. Another dealer in rare books, a guy named Vladimir, has just been found shot to death in Eastview Park. And according to the medical examiner, he died at about the same time last night that Adam Dizzel was taken from this house.
And to make the coincidence more coincidental, Ethelbert, it appears that this second book dealer, Vladimir, was killed with a .38 slug of the same type used in the Dizzel shooting.
And he wasn't killed at the spot in Eastview Park where his body was found. No, the medical examiner says that the corpse was thrown out of a moving automobile.
What kind of a book dealer was this Vladimir?
About as different from Dizzel as a piece of glass is different from a diamond. Dizzel's a big-timer with an A1 record, while this Vladimir character has been indicted several times for having stolen books in his possession.
From what you've told me, I can't see any real tie-up between his murder and the Dizzel job. The way that ransom letter was found nails Lawrence for his uncle's kidnapping. And it ain't possible that he and his pal Madden could have been shooting up this Vladimir at the same time.
Now, the evidence against Lawrence is purely circumstantial, Ethelbert. Oh, I got some cleanup work to do at the office. You coming over, Casey?
No, I'm through for the day, Annie. I'll wait around for you here, huh?
Okay. See you both later.
So long, Miss Williams.
Wish I knew more about the rare book racket. I don't trust coincidences, Ethelbert. There must be some connection.
Hey, Ethelbert, how about a little service? Oh, I'll be right with you, Mr. Evans. Excuse me, Casey. I gotta wait on a customer.
Yeah, oh, sure, pal. Go ahead.
Hello, Casey.
Huh?
I've been waiting and watching for you to be alone.
Yeah? Don't think I know you, brother.
And I've lost weight and considerable hair since the last time you saw me. prison never agreed with me.
Hey, wait a minute. You're the guy that used to call yourself Professor Ishka.
Yes, quite.
Well, well. When'd you get out? Glad to see you.
Only last week.
What do you know? Captain Logan and I were talking about you only a few days ago. Running into you now, Professor, is like the answer to a prayer.
This meeting is not accidental, Casey. I've been trying to reach you all day.
Yeah? Why should you want to?
I want to talk to you about Adam Dizzel and Paul Vladimir.
Uh-huh. Well, coincidences do happen. What do you know about those two?
I was in their racket.
Yes, I remember.
But you may not recollect a stolen autographed copy of the first and only edition of Mrs. Browning's Sonnets by E.B.B. was responsible for my most recent experience as a guest of the state.
Yeah, it's because I recollected your specific talents.
Wait till there's a vacant table in that corner. It'll be just as well if certain people don't see me with you, so I'll talk fast.
Okay, go on.
Casey, I'm not a stoolie, so I can't go to the police. But I've got to get a guy, and you can help me.
Talk straight, Professor.
Is this straight? Paul Vladimir was my brother.
Huh?
And Adam Dizzel killed him.
Dizzel killed Vladimir?
Yes. Casey, the rich and respectable Adam Dizzel, the reliable expert, has been the biggest fence in the hot book racket for 20 years.
You on the level?
100%. Dizzel has also been the biggest double-crosser in the racket. My brother Paul and two other gentlemen, whose names you don't have to know, went to his place to collect for some hot stuff they'd passed him on consignment. He sold the stuff, but he refused to pay. He'd attempted that sort of thing before. Paul swung a punch at him. Dizzel thought the three were about to gang up on him, which they were. So he pulled a gun and began shooting. Paul got a bullet in the chest. The others carried him out and went away fast.
It was Vladimir, not Dizzel, who was taken away in that black sedan.
Yes. When Paul died in the car, his friends couldn't risk being found with his body. They had to dump him in the park.
What happened to Dizzel after the shooting?
He took a run out, of course. There wasn't any kidnapping.
Why have you told me this?
Casey, I'm an ex-convict. My word is worth nothing to the police. And, to preserve my criminal standing, of course, I don't dare talk to him anyway. I don't know where Dizzel is hiding out, but with the information I've given you, I think you can find him and see that he pays for the killing of my brother.
I'm going to be pretty sore if this turns out to be a bum steer, Professor.
Casey, believe me, I'm leveling all the way.
I can't tell you who told me this, Logan, but I'm convinced the story's a straight one.
And if it is, Dizzel's deliberately playing up his supposed kidnapping in order to collect $150,000, so he'll be well heeled when he starts for South America or wherever he plans his permanent hideout.
Sure, and his nephew's probably in on the deal.
Yeah, but if Dizzel was dealing in stolen books, we should have found some in his house, and we didn't.
And he must have another joint somewhere. Maybe that's where he's keeping under cover right now.
Yeah. Well, we'll just sit tight till he sends instructions as to how to pay over. Oh, nuts, that phone of mine never stops. Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan. Yes, Sergeant.
Yeah?
Where'd you find it? No, don't open it. I want to see it exactly as you found it. I'll be right up there. Come on, Casey. We're heading for Dizzel's house.
What?
One of my guys on duty there just found a sealed envelope addressed to Neil Lawrence lying on the sidewalk in front of Dizzel's place. This may be the instructions as to how to pay that ransom. It's a letter of instruction from Dizzel, all right, Casey, but not a final instruction. Here, read it.
My dear nephew, my captors demand that you bring the $150,000 I have begged you to raise to my house by tomorrow at the latest. There, it must be kept in readiness for instant delivery. Logan, come outside with me. I want to ask you, Sergeant, something.
What?
Come on, will you? Hey, Sergeant.
Yeah, Casey?
Where did you find this letter addressed to Lawrence exactly?
On the sidewalk, right here.
Underneath the window of Dizzel's office, huh?
Yeah, it was tied to a little rock.
Now, Dizzel himself probably drove by here in a cab and tossed out the weighted envelope.
You kept the rock it was tied to, Sergeant?
On a case like this, we keep everything. Here it is.
Hey, that's not a rock. It's a piece of fire brick.
What's the difference?
Say, look. Where's the nearest place you can get a tear gas bomb?
Tear gas? The 6th Precinct Station, a couple of blocks from here.
Yeah, well, have your sergeant get one, pal, will you? Quick.
Oh, look
I'll
here.
explain it in a minute. Now, don't waste time, please.
Okay, Sergeant, get a tear gas bomb.
I'm on my way, Cut. You better get 2.
Now, Casey, what's the big idea?
Logan, I think I know where Mr. Adam Dizzel is hiding.
Casey, if you're right about this, and I'll give you my shield, and you can teach me how to operate a press camera.
Takes a clever guy to operate a press camera.
And it takes a screwball to get your kind of nutty ideas.
You'll know how nutty my idea is in just 15 seconds if your sergeant does his stuff on time.
He will. This shop at Dizzel's is a modern place, Casey. You're figuring as though it was some old European castle.
Here's the first tear gas bomb. It fell behind that wall, all right. Straight down the chimney. There goes number 2. And have your gun ready, Logan. Our guy faces a murder rap, and he's got a .38.
Hey, that section of bookshelves, Casey, is swinging out like a door.
Yes, and our kidnapped book dealer is coming from behind him. Drop that gun, Dizzel, and stick up your hands.
All right, but let me get air. Oh, that gas. Let me get air.
Let's all get fresh air, Logan. Tear gas has filled this room. Logan, I haven't cried so much since the Dodgers... Well, you know.
That fella Dizzel was hiding in his own house, Casey, in a secret chamber?
Secret chamber describes it too romantically, Ethelbert. When Dizzel had the living room of that old mansion remodeled into an office and a bookshop, he had bookcases built across the opening of a very big fireplace that was there. And that section of bookcase was hinged like a door.
And the fireplace behind it gave him a handy and altogether hidden little room in which to store stolen books. And when he suddenly needed a hiding place for himself, well, he had it.
He got plenty of air through the chimney, and at night he sneaked into the kitchen and got supplies of food and water. And he planted the ransom note under the door himself.
And his housekeeper told us that she thought her husband was robbing the icebox.
When did you start to get wise to the setup, Casey?
Not too long after I should have been. I'd noticed a big fireplace in the dining room and wondered why there wasn't one in the original parlor. And the door of the bookshop was found locked after the shooting, and I'd wondered why guys leaving in such a hurry had bothered to lock it.
And Dizzel had locked it, Ethelbert, to make sure no one could get in before he'd opened and closed his secret chamber. And he's confessed that his nephew had no part in the affair at all.
And everything finally added up when Logan said that Lawrence had put the dough in Dizzel's office safe. That was a logical place to put it, and it suddenly hit me that was what Dizzel figured and wanted, so he could come out and get it. Then when I saw the piece of fire brick that had been tied to the second ransom letter, I knew my total was right.
Yeah, but how did he figure he'd get away with that money when there was cops all around the place?
Well, he meant to climb up the flue of the big chimney and make his getaway over the roofs of adjoining houses.
Well, Annie, how about taking you home now?
Well... Not tonight, Casey. I have I have a date with Mr. Lawrence.
Huh?
I knew he couldn't be a kidnapper.
Hey.
Casey looks like he ain't so sure about that, Miss Williams. Not so sure.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
What you are about to hear is real.
I've been married for 33 years to this one man. And all of a sudden, I said the notion of divorcing me.
How did you get that black eye?
He gave it to me.
Well, it looks like he choked you, too.
That's right.
Well, you really took a beating, didn't you?
You're not kidding.
God.
Nobody can damn handle me. I don't care who they are. Now, I'll murder them. So help me. I'm just plain mad, good man. So help me.
Better go down? Yeah, I'll be right there, Perk. I have to excuse me, man. We'll get a chance to talk about this later, maybe. Bye. This is Don Reed, police recorder. We're just moving out of headquarters to start the night watch. We'll be working in Detective Unit 5-6. Tonight's crew is Sergeant Ron Perkins, Detective Jim Ross. All dressed in civilian clothes, sports shirts, overcoats. What do you say, Herbie?
Get on the air. We got 5-6. No, we got 5-6.
Well, at the curb, our car, black sedan. Like 1,000 other cars on the road, no identification of the police car. This is Detective Unit 5-6. That woman I was talking to, the people you meet tonight, they're not actors. This is it. This is real. This is Night Watch. You know that woman I was talking to upstairs? I never did get the rest of her story. What?
5-6 in service. Control 1 to 5-6-10-4, 6:06 p.m. 5-6 in service on the night watch. I'm sorry, Don, what'd you say?
Well, I never stayed around long enough to find out what charge that woman I was talking to was booked on. She sure took a beating from her husband. How come she's in jail?
Pretty good reason. She stabbed him.
Oh.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. There are no actors. There is no script. Every voice, every sound is authentic. The investigations are recorded as they actually occur. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. And now we switch you to Detective Unit 5-6, now on patrol somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Control on the motor 24 and 26 clear, back in service. Control on the car 45T at Westerly and Washington. That's Westerly and Washington. Ambulance traffic, code 3.
Westerly? That's just a couple of blocks back there.
5-6 to Control 1. We're right on that ambulance traffic. We'll stand by till the radio car arrives. Control 1.
He must have just gone by that corner just a couple of minutes ago. Flipping at you and heading back. Normally we don't handle traffic, but apparently we have injuries. Now let's get down there and stand by till the radio car arrives. Right ahead now. There it is. Several people running.
Where now? We're down. Looks like a bad one.
Yeah, check. Well, here's the picture. Curve of the road. A heavy sedan smashed up against a telephone pole. I don't see any other cars around. Will do. Perkins lighting flares. Let's get over to the car. The broken glass appeared to be just lady in the back seat. The man up front sitting upright, dazed, the doors thrown off by the impact, lying on the sidewalk. You hurt, man?
My husband. I don't know. He's over here somewhere.
All right, man. There's an ambulance rolling.
I think something was broken.
How are you, man?
I don't know. I'm just so scared. My shoulder.
Shoulder injured?
My nose is bleeding.
Yeah, well, just stand by. An ambulance is rolling. We'll get right to him. Just relax right there. We'll get right to you in just a moment. How are you? You pretty badly?
No, I'm okay. Where's my husband?
All right, just stay right here, ma'am. We'll find him. Evidently, there were 4 people in the car instead of 3. Strong smell of alcohol in there. Sergeant Perkins just leaving a victim lying over here in the gutter. Apparently the husband of the young lady must have been thrown 60, 70 feet by the impact. What have we got around on this boy?
He's dead.
Bystander. Staring in front of car.
Looks like the motor of that thing was driven right back into the front seat, as far as I can see.
Well, that's murder.
Sure is.
Ambulance rolling in. Off in the distance, the opposite direction. Flashing red lights of the district radio car. Ambulance here first.
Doc, there's 3 in the car over there. There's one over there in the gutter. I think he's a DB. You want to check him out? Yeah.
Doctor over to check the victim lying in the street. Verify. Coroner will handle. His assistant helping the injured in the car. Let's get over there.
Come on now. Don't worry about it. You got a bad bruise on the leg.
No, I'm all right. I'm sorry.
Watch. Don't worry.
I can.
Assisting 2 into the ambulance. Stretcher for the 3rd.
Go ahead, you just get in the car and everything. You get in the car and we're going to take care of everything. You get down and get care of it. We're going to take care of it.
Wife in a state of shock, looking for husband. I haven't told her yet. I have to leave it to the doctor when he gets to the hospital to handle. Jammed down on the seat next to the driver.
Better include that in your report. We'll notify the coroner.
Okay.
You don't need us anymore. We'll see you later.
Five-6 to Control 1. On this PA at Westerly in Washington, 45T is handling the accident report. 3 of the victims have been sent to the hospital. 1 is dead on arrival. Will you advise the coroner of that?
Control 1 to 5610-4. We'll notify KMA 394.
Isn't that funny, you know? Even though you don't know too much about life and death, you know, you're not a doctor or something. The minute you walk up on something like that, you get this sense the guy is either alive or he's dead.
There's liquor involved. I wonder how you can call it an accident.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. We'll bring you the final results of tonight's action at the conclusion of Night Watch. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
5-6 to 1. Do you have a radio car available in the vicinity of Jefferson and Overland? We'd like to have them assist us in stopping a car we're tailing.
Control 1 to 56, stand by.
We're southbound on Jefferson. Been following a car for the last few blocks. Been doing some pretty erratic driving. Being a detective unit, it isn't our job to handle traffic normally, but besides we're in plain clothes. But there's just something about this car that doesn't look right. There are 2 male occupants, possibly 3. It's just a little bit too far away to be sure. We're checking now to see if we have a uniformed car here in the vicinity. Get them to stop.
Control 1 to 5-6. We have no car in your immediate area. Do you want us to roll one from another district?
5-6, no, we'll handle it.
Control 1 to 5-6.
Slipping a red lens over our white spot line. Moving in behind the car. There goes on our red light. There's no sign of them pulling over. They're still going. Now, there's 2-3 heads just bobbed up. Now they're wheeling into the curb.
I'll go from the right.
And the usual precautions. However, it's just a routine check. Sergeant Perkins up here on the driver's side.
See you get out on that side of the car. Please keep your hands out of your pockets. All you roll out the other side of the car.
3 young fellows, late 20s, early 30s, assembling over on the sidewalk. Jim Ross keeping an eye on them. Let's have a look in the car.
Might be good burgers. My size, what is it, half-inch? Half-inch crowbar.
Back seat. Yeah, there's a crowbar, or Jimmy, and flashlight, bottle of whiskey, half empty. And a box. Could be the lower half of a cash drawer. There's a couple of checks in it.
You guys are loaded. Yeah?
Let's move around the car now. Talk to the first suspect.
How much? Where are you heading for now? Head for Long Beach and pick up my wife. You got an operator's license? Yes. Well, who owns the green bag in the back?
Suspect nodding his head.
Where did you get it? You got a receipt for it? When did you buy it? About a week ago. About a week ago? How much you pay for it? $21,000. You used it yet? No. You ever been arrested? No. How about you? No. How about you? Yeah. 3 of these, Brandon.
Ross been checking out the trunk.
All new tools in the trunk. What do you think? Maybe good burgers. How that's good, Bill? Yes. Is it your name? Yes.
Burke, I wonder why they'd have 2 and 3 of the same kind of tools.
That's a good question. I'm going to run a record check on those guys. Jim, I want to get some answers on those checks in the box. I'll be back in a minute.
Ross, box in hand, questioning suspects. Let's move in.
Hey, box, come from. Well, which one is that? The one that I took that check out of. Well, let's see it. I don't even remember.
2 of the suspects examining the box.
Well, that's the one I got followed you, wasn't it? Huh? That must have been it. Why would he pawn this box with a check in it? Well, I don't know. I'll tell you. He pawned the whole sack to me, see, in Palmdale for $20. He's a good friend of mine. This box had a $5 check in it. Could I see it? Sure. That check's worth $5. It hasn't been canceled out. Doesn't it seem, just looking at it from my viewpoint, doesn't it seem strange to you that a man would pawn all of these tools, which is about $35 to $40 worth of tools alone, for $20, and in the mess there would be a $5 check, which you know nothing about, you've never seen it before. Just from my viewpoint, that seems a little strange. It does, yeah. So, can you explain it in any way? No. Well, what seems to be the doubt? You want my honest opinion? Yes. From what I've seen so far, it looks like you boys have been going into a building and stealing. I can't explain that I've accepted these tools under a pawn for $20. I can't prove that. That's a little difficult for me to believe. I'll put it that way. Oh, a little difficult. Well, I can prove it. Okay. Well, I can get some that pawn them for me. Well, you have to do that. Okay. Another thing, in your car, in the back seat, there's what we call a jimmy. You know what a jimmy is? A jimmy? A jimmy. The kit that Jimmy is usually used in house burglaries where they give me a window. It's similar to a crowbar. I'm just pointing out my viewpoint. I'm not calling you a burglar. There is reason to believe that you are, but I'm not calling you. You asked me what I thought, and I'm telling you. We'll see how this rainbow check comes out. All right. Jim, can I see that? Sure. I want a record check on these fellows. They're not wanted for anything. Two of them got records in the East. Car checks out okay, belongs to them.
There's something that just doesn't gel right, though, you know?
No, I'll go along with that. Well, we haven't got anything to go on, but let's put the tools and stuff in the car, take them on to the station. We can talk to them there. I got a radio car to transport them in. Good idea.
Well, we'll take up this discussion again down at headquarters. Could be a very plausible answer to this. We'll have to check it out anyway.
Wait a minute, what's wrong? You let him go.
One suspect just jumped in the car and has taken off.
Take those guys over to the car and put the handcuffs on them. 5621, come in, code 2.
Go ahead, 56.
5621, a 459 suspect just took off from us, headed west on Jefferson towards Sepulveda. He's in a 1949 Nash Ambassador, blue in color, license number 2X-ray 53117. 2X-ray 53117. Will you advise Inglewood? You give me a Sheriff's Department. Suspect may be headed for the Long Beach area.
Attempting to follow the suspect. We've lost him in the traffic.
Well notified.
He's got a big head start. Before we could get the two other suspects in the car.
459 suspect in a 1949A.
Control 1 radioing the information to our other units.
53117.
Crossing the back of the two prisoners. We're up front.
If apprehended, hold for the detective bill.
We can't take up fast pursuit. Too many people in the car. Can't jeopardize the lives of the prisoners. How do you figure he'll turn off on Sepulveda?
Yeah, probably going south. He won't get far. I got his driver's license and all his identification. The car belongs to him. Let's get him. Yeah, let's take these guys back to the station.
Well, from where I sit, somebody sure got something to hide. We're in the Detective Bureau, Police Headquarters. Been here for over an hour. Now, briefly, this is the information we have at hand. The 3 suspects have been checked out, and all 3 are brothers. 2 we have here in custody. The 3rd is still at large. We just finished talking with the first brother. He wouldn't give us the time of day. Across the desk from us, brother number 2.
Out of prison. Got out December 11th in 1946. 46. Been in no trouble since then. Outside of drunk and disorderly conduct and assault and battery. Where were you going tonight? Well, I was going to Long Beach to get my wife and baby. Why would your brother take off? I wouldn't know. Was there any reason for him to take off? Was he hot? What do you? It don't take even 5 minutes to find it out. You know his name? Yeah, okay. Can't you find it out? Yeah. You could find out if I'm hot than anybody. We have a pickup out of your brother. I mean, it'd be very simple if we could notify somebody to have him come in before he gets picked up. Because if he tries to do anything foolish, he can drink a little bit, he might get shot. He ain't hot. He ain't hot nowhere. Carrying a bunch of tools in the car, nobody can seem to get straight on the stories and the accounting of them. And then to check them out, and one of them takes off. It's everybody in the spot. Well, he's got the car, so up to you guys.
Perkins.
Perkins, this is Robert, Sheriff's Office. We've got your 459 suspect in custody.
Oh, great. Where'd you pick him up?
We finally got him just outside of Lennox. He had his wife and youngster with him, and was heading south. We finally caught up with him.
His wife and youngster with him, huh? Oh, hold them all. We'll be down in about an hour, okay? Well, you can guess what that conversation was. The sheriff's office picked up your brother and had his wife and kid with him. You cool your heels off here. We're going to go down and see him and see what kind of a story he comes up with. Jimmy, you want to stay here and do the report? Take care of him. I'm going to pick up Sergeant Walter and go on down there. Okay, come on, fella. I'll take you back to your cell.
It's after 3 a.m., and we're located here in the sheriff's substation. It's about an hour's drive away from Culver City. Small interrogation room. Either side of the desk, Sergeants Perkins, Walter. In the chair, the suspect had managed to give us the slip earlier in the evening.
42 months big time, right?
Short, stocky, unshaven. Heavy scar across his cheek.
In Tennessee?
Yes.
How was it?
Pretty rough.
This little electric drill that was in the car, where did he come from?
I bought it.
You know electric drill, I mean, that in the back of the car, back of your brother's car?
Yes.
You bought it?
Yes.
What make is it?
I didn't look at the make.
You didn't look at the make? And, how can you describe it? Tell me what it looked like. Is there anything on it you can identify it? Price tags or anything else like that?
No.
And how about all these tools?
I told you.
What about the little gray cash box with the checks on it?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'll tell you this much, I have no desire. I mean, I'm not worrying about you, but I have no desire after seeing your wife cry and become a part of the scenes because her child was going down to juvenile hall and she was going to county jail. I mean, that I don't like that. And I'll do everything I possibly can to get her out, whether you talk or not. Until we can find out some information or get a crime report or some details back, that's where she's going to stay. There's not a thing that I can do or you or anybody else. You're Conway, there's no doubt about that. I'm not playing on your sympathies or anything like that. I'm just telling you. You can take it one way or another. I don't care.
Well, I'm going to throw them tools myself.
You stole the tools yourself? And what was it, a burglary?
Yes.
And where did you steal them?
On the...
And when did you do that?
I believe it was about a week ago.
And, were you by yourself when you committed this burglary?
Yes.
Neither one of the other two brothers were with you?
No, sir.
How did you enter the place?
I went through the back door.
Did you use a tool to break the door? Or?
I used a brick to break the glass like that.
You broke the glass with a brick. Well, when did you put the things in your brother's car?
Last night. I told him I was going to bring them down here and sell them.
Down where to sell them?
In Los Angeles.
And the checks? Where were the checks?
Checks was on the drawer.
In the drawer of the desk?
I got a regular checkbook, payroll checkbook.
Out of the desk?
There.
And, how many checks have you passed of those checks?
4.
4 so far? What's the amount you made them out in?
$77 a piece.
Each one was $77? You passed all those already?
Yes.
And where did you pass those checks?
At Lancaster.
All in the Lancaster area?
That's about it. Come on, fella, you want to go with this?
Well, this is one time betting on the hunch paid off.
What you have just heard is real. The investigations were recorded as they actually occurred. And now back to police headquarters and Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The first voice heard on night watch was a woman booked on assault with a deadly weapon. The maximum penalty upon conviction is 10 years in the state prison. The traffic accident, the second case, speaks for itself. Tonight's final investigation of the 3 burglary suspects, oddly enough, is very important to you, the average citizen. Detective Unit 5-6 stopped this car because of excessive speed and a hunch. Normally, plainclothes units do not work traffic, but good police work is based on observation and an intangible something called hunch. Of course, sometimes it pays off and sometimes it doesn't, but it does show some of the things that turn up during routine checks. My point is this. When police officers stop a car for speed or some minor violation, they have no idea who is in that car. Is it stolen? Was it used in a robbery? Or is it just a good, solid citizen, a little careless? You know who you are and what you have done. The police officer doesn't. He has to approach with caution and act with suspicion until he establishes who you are. I hope tonight's final investigation will give you a bit more insight into one of the problems facing your law enforcement officers. If we can help bring about this understanding, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following the on-the-scene reports of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch, brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hedlock, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed.
Yes?
Mr. Vance, there's a Mrs. Dorothy Wayne to see you.
By appointment?
No, she says she has no appointment, but it's urgent.
Is Miss Deering out there?
Yes. Do you want her?
No, just tell her I want her to take some notes later and ask Mrs. Wayne to come in, please. Wayne. Where do I know that name?
Mr. Vance?
Oh, Mrs. Wayne, please come right in.
Thank you. It's nice of you to see me, Mr. Vance. I know you're the busiest private investigator in this city, and I have no appointment.
I'm never busy when a client has urgent business, Mrs. Wayne. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Mr. Vance, how old do you think I am?
I beg your pardon.
I asked you how old you thought I might be.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wayne. The question is leading, and the answer might be incriminating.
I can't possibly be that old. Oh, by the way, you recognize my name.
Wayne, I was trying to place it,
I'm
but...
Edward J. Wayne's widow.
Oh, yes, of course. He died last year, leaving well over $1 million to you, didn't he?
Yes. He was twice my age, but we were very much attached to each other.
I don't doubt that you were, Mrs. Wayne. And now, please tell me just what is the urgency in your call.
Vance, I'm 31 years old.
Well, that's hardly the urgent age.
Well, it isn't. The point of my coming here is that I want to stay 31.
Well, the man who mixes the magic medicine is out, Mrs. Wayne.
I didn't expect you could help me on that score. But there's a man who says he can.
Oh?
A man who insists he can keep me 31 for as long as he likes.
Really? Who is this wonder worker?
His name is John Bell, and he wants $100,000 for his secret.
Well, it would be well worth it if he could do what he claims. What gives you the idea that there's anything at all in what he says he can do?
I have the best reason in the world, Vance.
Yes?
John Bell looks 40, but I have definite proof that he's over 400 years old.
This sure is a classy-looking joint.
You like it, do you?
I never saw anything like it outside a museum. Gee, where'd you get all that stuff, Johnny? The battle axes and those spears and everything. You buy them?
Sam, I didn't invite you up here to my apartment to have you admire my taste in decorations.
Well, I was surprised you invited me up here at all. I just ran into you on the street. Boy, was I surprised to see you, of all people.
I was a little amazed myself, Sam. Unfortunately, I wish the meeting could have been postponed a month or 6 weeks.
I don't get it, Johnny. But then you always were a strange one. What difference does it make if I met you this morning or I met you a month from now?
It matters a great deal to both of us. There are 100,000 reasons why I wish you hadn't made an appearance at this moment. There's just one reason why you should wish that.
If there is a reason, I certainly don't know it, Johnny. Honest, I don't. Hey, Johnny, what are you doing with that gun? Johnny! Johnny, don't!
Now you know the reason, Sam. A little late, but you know it. You know that because you came along just when you did. You had to die.
Come on, get back, everybody. What do you think this is, a sideshow? Get back away from the body. Hey, Morrison.
Yes, Sergeant.
Get him back.
All right, folks.
Hey, Morrison, come here.
Yes, Sergeant.
You hear that siren?
Yeah.
Take a look at that car. It belongs to District Attorney Markham. See that he gets through this mob, will you? Never mind helping Markham. He's got his friend Philo Vance with him. Let Vance push his way in.
Which is exactly what Vance is doing. Hello, Heath.
Hi. Hello, D.A.
Hello, Heath. Vance and I got down here as soon as we could. Who is the dead man?
Who knows? All marks of identification have been removed. He was shot. Somebody tossed him face down in this empty lot, just like you see him.
That's what I like about a murder. You get so much to work on.
Since when was that a deterring factor to you, Vance?
It never was. I think I can tell you this about the dead man, though. He was a laborer or a farmer. Worked out in the sun a great deal. Notice his neck marking. It's baked a dark red.
Yes, I see that.
You might conceivably have been a farmer. That outfit he's wearing is definitely a go-to-city suit. And unless somebody dressed him after he was killed, I think you'll find he's from a small town.
Yes.
Well, I've got to be going.
You going to work on this murder, Vance?
No, Sergeant Heath. Not at the moment. I have a client who'd like me to see a man named John Bell. You know all I know about this murder case. It's not much, believe me, but it's more than I know about a man who claims to be 400 years old.
Please sit down, Mr. Vance.
Thank you.
Of course, you realize I know all about you.
In that case, of course, Mr. Bell, you know that I don't believe you're 400 years old.
How could you possibly know I am not?
Logic, the laws of longevity, the complete impossibility of your being that old. How could you convince me that you are?
Oh, I won't attempt to. I think you'll do that little thing for yourself. Vance, did you ever see a room like this before?
Not quite like this. Those antiques are beautiful. Your library is complete.
Thank you.
Furniture and decorations are authentic. Mm-hmm. That much I can tell you.
And you're right. Everything is authentic. I can attest to that because I didn't purchase these things at stores, Vance. I've kept them all these years.
Oh, what years?
I was born in 1545. Don't look it, do I?
No, you don't look a day over 350.
Nice sense of humor, old man.
Thank you. Bell, do you mind if I ask you something?
Oh, please do.
You were born in 1545. What happened in 1588?
A lot of things. One of them was Drake defeating the Spanish Armada. Quite a battle it was, too. We didn't think we had a chance.
We?
Yes, I fought with Sir Francis. That was before I came to this country in 1607.
I'm getting to sound silly, even to myself, but what did you do here in that year?
My friend John Smith sent for me. Captain John Smith. He was in Jamestown, Virginia at the time. Quite a man, John was.
You knew him very well, of course.
Oh, of course. There was quite a thing between him and Pocahontas, you may remember.
I remember reading about it, which is probably what you did, too.
Stay skeptical, Van. Please do. And don't allow me to try to convince you. I promised you you'd convince yourself.
Yes, I know. Belle, what happened to Pocahontas?
Married a fellow named John Rolfe. Most picturesque wedding ceremony I ever saw. You should have been there, Vance.
No doubt. Belle, what is your secret of prolonging life indefinitely?
I sell that secret, Vance. I'm doing nothing against the laws of this country, merely violating the laws of nature. I have selected 5 women who are willing to pay $100,000 each not to grow old. I guarantee each of them thinks she's getting a good bargain, too.
Have you any proof that you're as old as you claim?
Why should I need proof, Vance? I don't have to convince you. I've told you that. The Marquis used to say that only the individuals involved are entitled to all the details of an explanation. You're not involved in this, Vance. You have to prove I am not 400 years old. I don't have to prove that I am.
That's true enough. And the Marquis whom you quoted had a point in his favor, too. By the way, who was he?
Lafayette. I fought with him in the Revolutionary War. Admirable character, Vance.
You fought with Drake in 1588 and Lafayette in 1776?
In the War of 1812, too, but isn't this all beside the point? Believe me, I can prove, if I have to, that I am as old as I claim. But I'd rather you investigated me. It'll be so much more convincing to you if you find out for yourself.
Hey, Tony. Tony, where are you?
In here, Pete. Shaving. Come on in.
Tony, I find out what that guy John Bell is up to. I know his whole racket. Boy, am I smart, huh?
No, but you know it's more correct than that last thing you said.
Now, listen. You know the guy is working some kind of racket, so you send me to spy on him. I spy on him. A dame comes to see him, I follow her. She goes to Philo Vance's place. I follow her. When she leaves, she goes home. How's that, huh, Tony?
Great. Takes first place under the heading, So What?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I crawled into John Bell's apartment when Vance comes to see him, understand? I find out the whole gimmick. This Bell claims he is 400 years old, and he's selling the secret of how to live that long to this rich dame, you understand?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. Of course, it has to be done pretty delicately, but it isn't a bad idea at all.
That ain't all, Tony.
Really?
Look, I am in this John Bell's place earlier when I see him knock a guy off. Shoots him. I know who the guy is, and Bell says something about being sorry that the guy meets him in the street this morning. I see that, too.
Well, what do you know? Give me the powder, Pete.
Yeah, sure. Here you are, Tony. Well, how about it? Am I smart, huh?
You're a genius.
Well, what do you see in the mirror, Tony?
My face, stupid.
Oh.
Notice I'm getting a couple of lines around my eyes.
You must be getting old, huh? Well, we all got to get old, you know.
Not according to John Bell. Maybe I better see him. I got an idea I can cut into that easy dough he's going to grab. Yep, Pete. Bell's either going to cut me in, or I'm going to cut him out.
Philo Vance speaking.
Hello, Vance. This is Markham.
Oh, yes?
See that man you thought might be a farmer?
No, Markham, to tell you the truth, I haven't. I've been working on another case. The most puzzling and intriguing circumstance I've ever encountered. I'm almost convinced I know a man 400 years old.
Oh, Vance.
I know how silly it sounds.
It
and
certainly does.
I said I was almost convinced, remember. That much is in my favor.
Well, let me know how you make out. Oh, I called to tell you we checked the clothes the murdered man was wearing. They were mail-order stuff, just as you thought. We're making a little progress on the case, but I wish you were working on it.
I will be if you haven't solved it before I wind up this ridiculous situation I'm in. I'm beginning to dislike myself for not finding the fallacy in the claims of this man, John Bell. But I have an ace in the hole.
What's that?
My old history professor at college, Markham. He knows every date and practically every character who ever breathed between the Stone Age and now. My client, Mrs. Dorothy Wayne, and I are going to see him this afternoon.
I hope he tells you something you can use.
He'd better. Then, after I explode this John Bell individual, maybe I can get your killer for you. I hope to have your murderer at the end of a rope before I get to the end of mine.
This is District Attorney Markham. The murder case the police were on has a relative unimportance to Philo Vance because he is faced with a man who insists he's 400 years old. This individual, John Bell, is trying to sell his secret to one of Vance's clients. And up until now, Vance has found no way of disputing the man's claim. The secret of John Bell, however, has remained protected despite Vance's efforts so far. And who he is, what he is, how old he actually is, are unknown to anybody. Vance and his client are at Vance's old university
This college was your alma mater, Vance?
They're not bragging about it, Mrs. Wayne, but it was. I did an awful lot of studying in this room. It contains practically every reference book on ancient history ever published.
When do you think we'll be able to see your ex-professor?
I made an appointment for 3 o'clock. It's 5 after now. He'll be here. He's pretty old. Takes him a little time to get around.
Vance, when you saw John Bell yesterday, wasn't there some way you could have tricked him?
Believe me, Mrs. Wayne, I tried. He told me, for instance, that he attended the first performance of Shakespeare's Hamlet at the Globe Theatre in London.
Oh. Is that where it was given?
Yes. Just to test him, I asked him who played the leading female role in Romeo and Juliet, the first performance of which he also claimed to have seen.
And did he know the lady's name?
No, but he knew there were no ladies in the theater in those days. The females frowned on the stage until the following century.
Oh.
Mrs. Wayne, that man is...
My apologies for being late. My sincere apologies for being late. No, don't get up, Vance. Of course I remember you. Now you sit still. And this lady is...
Professor Claiborne, this is Mrs. Dorothy Wayne.
Very pretty. Very pretty indeed. You've been well, Vance? You look well. I'm glad to see you, and glad to see that you remember your old university. Now, then, you must want something, or you wouldn't be here. Now, what is it? Speak up, young man.
Well, Professor, in this library, there must be a book containing little-known facts about English history in the late 1500s and American history in the early 1600s.
Yes?
What book would I look at?
What book? Well, any of several. Henderson's Early British Empire, Jackman's Elizabethan Era, Stone's Early American History, all accepted, authentic, factual, complete with names and dates. Where are you going?
Just over to the shelf. I want to see the Jackson book.
Oh.
Elizabethan Era, you say?
That's right. Shelf A, 5th volume in. 3 volumes in the set, printed in 1661. And how are you, Mrs. Wade?
Oh, Professor Claiborne, you can be a big help to us, I'm sure.
Well, that's what I'm here for. You find what you're looking for, Vance?
I have the volume right here.
Good.
If we're lucky, I'll find what I'm looking for.
Here. Put the book down on this table. It's too heavy to be carrying around. What are you looking for?
The names of the men who served with Drake when he sailed against the Armada.
Well, try page 157 with footnotes. That ought to give it to you. Ought to be a drawing of the deck of Drake's ship, too, with some of the crew members shown.
Thanks.
Professor, you have a wonderful memory.
Well, a man has to have something good. With me, it's a memory. You find what you want, Vance?
Yes, here's a list of the entire crew that served with Sir Francis Drake. And I don't see... Oh, brother.
What is it?
Find something?
What is it? Take a look for yourself. Ninth name down in charge of quarterdeck.
Yes?
Distinguished bravery during the encounter, Seaman John Bell.
Bell.
That's not all. Look at this drawing.
Yes?
The man in the striped shirt standing next to Drake.
Well?
Recognize him, Mrs. Wayne?
Why, it's John Bell.
Wait a minute.
Yes? John Bell?
Yes.
I'm Tony Folletti. I got to talk to you. Step back.
Wait, what's the... Wait a minute. What's the meaning?
That's a good boy.
What's the meaning of this?
Don't be in such a hurry to find out. Nice place you got here. What's that? Suit of armor?
What else could it possibly be?
You got something here, Bill, old boy. How about this battle axe on the wall? Where'd you get it?
Are you going to tell me what you want here?
Sure. Let's see. I'll start from the beginning. You knocked off a guy named Sammy Meade, a farmer from the Midwest.
Go on.
Let me tell you how I know so you won't think I'm bluffing. A friend of mine saw you meet this Sammy Meade on the street the other morning and heard you make an appointment with him for up here later that day.
Well?
So when you leave Sammy, he talks to him. Finds out who he is and where he's from. Then I send him back to check on you some more. And he does. He sees you kill Sammy. And he finds out what kind of a swindle you're swinging. Now, I'm here to cut myself in.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yes.
You
You were admiring this battle axe a moment ago. Let me show it.
Don't try to get coy, Bell.
Oh, I won't. I want to show you why I can get away with what I'm doing. You elected yourself my partner. You're entitled to know what's going on.
That makes sense. Only I got a little friend in my pocket that's going to keep its eye on you. An automatic friend.
You'll never get it out of your pocket.
Oh, no, one sock doesn't. That's all, too. A little tougher than you think, Bell. I'm getting up. This time you're going down.
Oh, no. You see, I have a friend, too. This battle axe.
Now, look, Vance, there's been a second murder, and we aren't close to the solution of the first yet.
I know, Markham. And in that situation, you have company. I'm not even close to a reasonable explanation of John Bell, either. But tell me about this second murder.
Well, the victim we know. His name was Tony something or other. He had a dozen aliases. Last one he used was Folletti. We found him in another vacant lot way out in the suburbs, and he was killed by an axe. Only the coroner says it wasn't an ordinary axe.
Oh? What kind was it?
We don't have the murder weapon, of course, but according to my information, it was a very unusual sort of axe, quite long, we believe, with a curved blade.
I see. The axe that was actually used is probably at the bottom of the ocean by now. But, Markham, there is just the possibility that the case you're working on and mine are allied.
Really? How do we find out?
You mean, how do we find your murderer?
Yes, of course.
We advertise for him.
Stop joking, man.
Oh, I'm not at all.
You're not?
Of course, the murderer won't answer my ad, but somebody who might lead me to him will.
Out here in the office, Mr. Vance, waving copies of your ad in the newspaper. How many are you going to see?
I've interviewed 9 already without any result. Well, send the next one in, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Vance will take you now.
Thank you very much.
Sit down, please.
Thank you very much.
I understand you're here because you sell antiques and you have a collection of early English armor and weapons.
Yes, sir, thank you. Your ad says you were interested in some. Believe me, sir, mine are the best in town.
Well, first I want to know if you sold something in the last day or so.
I sold a lot of things.
I mean a battle axe. A two-headed battle axe with a curved blade about 7 inches long and a carved handle.
Yes, I did. I sold one this morning. Genuine antique it was, too. Sold it to a man named... Let me see now.
You've got to remember who it was.
Well, come to think of it, he didn't give me a name.
Tall man, slim, black mustache, very distinguished looking.
Oh, thank you very much. That's him. That's the one.
Thank you very much. You may not have known his name, but you told me who he was just the same.
Well, Vance, it's nice to have you back here.
Thank you.
I understand your client, Mrs. Wayne, instructed you to either prove I was phony by tonight, or she was willing to accept my offer to preserve her age at 31 forever.
Yes, that's so, Bell. Say, isn't that a different battle axe on that wall over there?
Different? How do you mean, different?
It isn't the same one that was on the wall the last time I was here.
You're mistaken, Vance.
Am I?
Yes.
I think not. But it'll be pretty easy to tell. When I was here before, I left a little scratch on the handle with my thumbnail. Mind if I look at that one on the wall?
Not at all. I'll get it for you. You know, Vance, I rather liked your being called in by Mrs. Wayne. I want no better testimonial to my authenticity to influence my other prospects than your verification. Here's the axe.
Thank you. Now, I left a little scratch just above... There it is, all right.
Of course it is. If you left it there, it's still there.
That's the point, Mr. Bell. I left no scratch on the axe. You just duplicated with your fingernail a scratch you thought I made because you knew this was not the same axe.
You're very clever, Vance.
I didn't think so up till now. You used the other axe to kill Tony Folletti. And why? Because he knew you were a phony the same as I do, and I can prove it the same way that he could.
His friend came to see you, too, Vance. Well, what you know won't do you a bit of good, because I'm going...
Oh, no, you're not. Well, that settles you, Mr. Bell. All 400 years of you.
This better be good, Vance. This is the one explanation I haven't any clue to.
Markham, listen. Suppose you were browsing through an old history book and came upon a picture of a man in the 16th century that looked like you. What would you do?
Nothing except pity the poor fellow.
Seriously. You'd just notice the coincidence, be interested for a while, and then forget it. But not the man we knew as John Bell. He saw the old print in the history book, saw the man standing next to Sir Francis Drake on Drake's flagship, and knew he was the image of that man.
How about the name John Bell?
He did some research. He found, as I did later, that there was a man named John Bell who served with Drake. He was very thorough, though. He got all the names of the men who fought with the English commander and then went through the Revolutionary War records.
Until he found a duplicate name.
Right. He found the name John Bell in both places. Now, that's not too coincidental, Markham. It's a very ordinary name. It was even more ordinary in those days. Well, now Bell was almost ready for his great fraud.
He must have spent months studying every detail of early English and American history.
Probably, but he had excellent incentive. $500,000 that he knew 5 women would gladly pay him if he could show them how to live to be 400.
The beautiful part of his racket, of course, was that as soon as he collected, he'd vanish. And there'd be no finding him when one of his victims noticed herself growing older.
It was a very well-thought-out stunt, believe me. Bell's first bad break was meeting Sammy Meade, his first murder victim, Markham. The one whose body you found in the vacant lot.
Why did he kill Sammy Meade?
Simple. Meade knew John Bell back when. Knew where he came from, how old he was, and everything else.
Oh.
Bell had to kill him. But in killing Meade, Bell got Tony Folletti on his trail.
And Tony's friend Pete, whom you found after Tony's death.
Whom I found and who talked. But remember, Markham, that was after I reasoned out that if Bell had used a battle axe from his wall to kill Folletti, he'd buy another one immediately so that he could dispose of the murder weapon which might possibly incriminate him.
Well, you broke the case all right, Vance. Then I knew you would, you know.
Thanks. There was a time during the case when I wished I knew it. Well, Markham, let's close up shop. It's the end of the day, you know.
The end of the day and the end of the Deathless murder case.
Calling all detectives. Catching a crook is generally the hard part of a job. But I once had a case of a crook who was easy to catch and impossible to keep. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. One of the first things I, Jerry Browning, learned as a private detective was never make any predictions. The big police car came to a halt at the edge of the live barricade thrown around the Skylight Club building. Standing with me near the sound truck, Lieutenant Dawson of Homicide mumbled, "Look, Jerry, here comes the commissioner himself." Disdaining to take cover, Police Commissioner Garrity strode toward us. "Everything under control?"
"Yes, sir. We know Slippery Clayton's inside that building. I tracked him here myself."
The commissioner nodded. "Good work, Dawson. I want Clayton taken, and after you take him, I want him kept." Dawson grinned.
"He's as good as taken, and I'll guarantee that he'll be kept, sir."
The commissioner patted his shoulder. "There's a promotion in this for you, Dawson." He glanced at me. "What are you doing here, Browning?" "One of my clients, the Banking Association, also wants Slippery captured and kept." Dawson glanced at his watch.
Careful now. Here we go. You men inside the building. The place is surrounded. Come out one at a time with your hands up. Clayton first. You have 1 minute before we open fire. Don't shoot. We surrender.
Slippery Clayton came out first, was hustled into one of the waiting police wagons. The rest of the men inside the building let themselves be taken just as readily. 20 minutes later, the entire operation was over without a shot being fired. Along with a dozen other men, Slippery was placed in a detention pen at headquarters. At 10 o'clock the next morning, he was gone. Slippery Clayton had escaped again. Slippery Clayton, notorious hold-up man, demonstrated how he got his nickname by escaping from the police detention pen. Police Commissioner Garrity's eyes bored right through Dawson.
So, he won't get away from you, Dawson. You guarantee it. Lieutenant, you recapture that Clayton or I'll have you back walking a beat. And as for you, Browning, stay away from headquarters. I don't like your looks.
Neither Dawson or I said a word until the echo of Garrity's footsteps died away. Then,
Jerry, I'm a plucked and cooked goose. I haven't the faintest idea how Slippery got out of that pen or where to start looking for him now.
Any chance of his having bribed one of the guards, Dawson? He shook his head.
Those men have been with the force for years. Besides, to get out, Clayton had to go through 3 sets of locked doors, 3 sets of guards.
Are you sure he was ever in the pen? Dawson rolled his eyes.
Are you kidding? I personally took him downstairs, locked the door on him. He had no money, no keys, no tools of any kind. I guarantee that.
I looked at him sourly. Dawson, if I were you, I wouldn't guarantee anything for a while. Come on, let's go downstairs to the pen. We talked to the guards, veterans, some of them with 20 years' service and unquestioned loyalty. Whatever way Slippery Clayton had escaped, he obviously hadn't done it with the connivance of those guards.
Mr. Browning, our shift came on duty at 8 this morning. We didn't even know Clayton was here. None of us ever saw him before.
In that case, he may even have disappeared sometime during the night. Dawson cut in.
No, he didn't, Jerry. I talked to the head guard on last night's shift. Clayton was still in the pen when that shift went off. He got out somehow between 8 and 10 this morning.
We tried questioning the other men in the detention pen, but that was hopeless. Some of the men were those arrested in a raid on the Skylight Club. The rest were drunks or bums who'd been brought in during the night on disorderly conduct charges and were in no shape to tell us anything. While we were there, one of the court attendants came down.
John Smith.
One of the drunks got up as his name was called, wobbled off with the guard. What'll they do to him, Dawson?
$25 fine or 10 days in the workhouse. Maybe both. Why?
No special reason, Dawson. I was just wondering. Since there wasn't anything more we could learn down there, we went on back to Dawson's office.
Well, Jerry, looks like I'll be back in uniform soon. Commissioner always means what he says.
We're not licked yet. There's some kind of trick to this disappearance. When we figure out how Clayton escaped, I think it'll give us a clue to where he went. I left Dawson with his thoughts of pounding a beat, then wandered aimlessly around the big old building. After a while, I found myself in a corridor leading to the magistrate's court. I glanced through the open doorway and watched for a while.
John Smith.
A man standing alongside of me laughed.
Smith. They're all Smith, they're Jones, or Brown. Now, one of them gives his real name. They pay a small fine and walk on.
I stared at him. Yeah, they walk out. I found Dawson still at his desk. Dawson, I know how Clayton got out of here, and what's more, I think we can get him back. Come on down to the pen. We had the guards take every man out of the pen, identify him with an entry on the police blotter where the names of all prisoners are recorded. Just as I thought.
Hey, Lieutenant, there's one guy here we got no record of. He ain't on the blotter.
We took the man upstairs. At first, he claimed he'd been drunk the night before, had no recollection of how he got into jail or why his name wasn't on the blotter. It took a while, but we finally got hold of the cop who'd arrested him.
Sure, I remember him.
Said his name was Joe Brown. I stood right there when a sergeant booked him. The name of Joe Brown was on the blotter, along with a notation that his case had come up for hearing at 9 in the morning. He'd been given a small fine and dismissed. Except that it was Slippery Clayton who'd answered when Joe Brown's name was called. Slippery Clayton who'd walked out the front door, while the man who helped him work the stunt remained in the pen as a nameless drunk. If we hadn't caught on to the trick, he intended to start complaining about mid-afternoon, and guards would have assumed he'd been put in the pen without booking just to sleep off his drunk and released him. As it was...
You tell us where Clayton went, or I'll guarantee you 20 years for jail delivery.
That was one guarantee Dawson didn't have to make good. The hoodlum broke down, told us where Clayton was hiding out, and inside of an hour we had Slippery again. This time in solitary confinement. Dawson didn't get the promotion he'd been promised, but neither did he go back to pounding a beat. Like I said, when it comes to criminals, the only safe prediction is that they'll be caught, sooner or later. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it shall be my duty as District Attorney not only to prosecute for the letter of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. As our case opens tonight, your district attorney and Harrington are seated at a council table in a hot, stuffy courtroom. They've been impatiently awaiting the return of a jury who have spent many hours deliberating a verdict. Word has come that this verdict has been reached. Spectators have filed into the room. The judge has returned to the bench. Finally, a side door is opened, and the jury returns. Silently, they enter the jury box. An air of tense excitement grips the court as the clerk calls upon the foreman of the jury to rise. In droning tones, he asks, "How say you? Do you find this defendant guilty or not guilty?"
We, the jury, find him not guilty.
Huh? Oh, Chief, did you hear that?
Yes, I heard it.
Oh, what a swindle.
I don't understand it.
Why, a bunch of 10-year-old kids that know Stanley committed that murder.
I thought we had everything we needed on this one. But evidently there was a reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury.
A reasonable doubt? Oh, look at Stanley grinning all over the place.
He should be. He'll never be as lucky again.
Oh, look at... Hey, he's coming over here.
Oh, yeah.
Hiya, Mr. D.A.
Hello, Stanley.
Is you going to congratulate me? For what? For winning the Duke. You still done that killing, Stanley?
They had a jury toilet. That's what they pay off on. See you later, boys.
Oh, brother. How could they let that punk off?
I don't know. One thing is certain, though.
What's that,
This merely postpones Mr. Stanley's engagement with the chair.
How come?
He's a professional killer and will continue to be one. The next time we pick him up, we'll make it stick.
Oh, Chief.
Yes, Harrington.
Did you see the morning papers?
You mean the account of the trial?
Yeah, they certainly blasted that verdict yesterday.
Yes, I know.
They took particular pains, though, to point out that it wasn't your fault.
Well, unfortunately, that isn't much consolation.
No.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes, Miss Miller?
There's a Mrs. Clark in the outer office.
Yes?
She was one of the jurors on the Stanley case.
Oh. She want to see me?
Yes, sir.
You know, what about?
I don't know. She said it's important.
All right, have it to me.
Yes.
Wonder what this is, Chief.
I don't know.
You remember Mrs. Clark?
Oh, yes, of course. How do you do, Mrs. Clark? This is Mr. Harrington.
How do you do, Mrs.
Sit down, Watson.
Very well.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I have something to tell you. It has to do with the trial.
Yes?
I feel that there's something very suspicious about the verdict. That's why I came here.
You better get your pad and pencil, Miss Miller.
I have it right here. I'll take this down, Chief.
Thanks. And just what are your suspicions, Mrs. Clark?
Well, in the beginning, most of us believed that Stanley was guilty of the murder. But there was one man especially who insisted he wasn't. And, well, he had a lot to say about it.
Yeah, who was that?
Mr. Taylor, he was the foreman.
Yes, I remember.
He insisted that Stanley was innocent.
And what did he base this on?
Well, he never would give a reason. Just kept saying he knew he wasn't guilty.
Well, how did he get everyone else to come around to his way of thinking?
Well, the first change came when we were taken out to lunch the second day. This Mr. Taylor sat with two other men on the jury. And when we returned, well, they had changed their vote to not guilty.
Did they give any reason for this change?
No. These two men were more or less leaders. Their changeover gradually influenced most of the others. And finally, by the third day, another juror and myself were the only two who were for conviction.
Well, what made you both switch?
Well, at dinner time, this Mr. Taylor sat with the man who was siding with me. Whatever went on there made him change his mind.
So after dinner, you were the lone host?
Yes.
And then you finally just gave up?
Oh, no.
No?
Well, I mean, I was prepared to stand my ground to the finish when I received a message from an attendant. It was about my son. It said he was coming home on a final furlough before going overseas, and he'd only be in town overnight.
And, of course, you wanted to see him.
Yes. And besides, by this time, all the others agreed he wasn't guilty, so I voted with them.
Well, I can understand that.
But the message wasn't true, sir.
What do you mean?
My son called me this morning from camp. He knew nothing about it.
Hey.
That's really what convinced me I should come here.
Well, I'm certainly glad you did, Miss Clark.
Do you think that Taylor guy had anything to do with the phony message?
I don't know.
Well, I think we should try to find out. I'd like to have a talk with this man, Taylor, to find out where he can be located, Harrington, and bring him in for questioning.
Hiya, Mr. Butler.
Well, hello, Stanley. Wonder what happened to you.
I kind of did a little celebrating last night.
Yeah, I sort of figured you would. I'll make you over.
Okay.
You hungover?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's the first time.
Well.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Now, kid.
Okay.
What'd it be? Got your right.
Oh, shot her right, too good.
All right.
I want to thank you, Mr. Butler.
What?
For the fix.
Verdict?
Yeah.
Well, you killed a guy for me. The least I could do was rig a jury for you. Yeah. Drink up.
Thanks.
That should ease the pain.
How did you ever do it?
What?
Swing them jury guys. The way that DA piled up points on me, I figured I was cold.
Told you I'd take care of things, didn't you?
Sure, but even the mouthpiece said I didn't have a chance.
You just didn't know the score, that's all.
What was the thing?
I owned the foreman.
Little fat guy?
Yeah.
How come?
Well, he was in a pocket. He'd a dough. I just took care of him.
What about the others?
Well, he was kind of a smart maneuver, then.
How do you mean?
Most people, somewhere in the past, have got something they'd rather not have brought up again.
Yeah.
So I had a checkmate in the jury and dug up enough on three of them to turn a little heat on.
How did you get to them?
Well, it seems that there's a waiter in the joint the jury ate in who happened to be a friend of mine. A guy I'd kind of done favors for.
Oh.
I sent a note to him with the foreman giving him a rundown on these three guys on the jury, so he went to work on it.
You really operate, Mr. Butler.
That's my business. Anything can be fixed, kid. You just gotta know how, that's all.
Right in here, Mr. Taylor. All right, all right. Chief, you remember this fellow?
Yes, of course. Hello, Mr. Taylor.
How do you do? He wasn't too happy about coming over here, Chief. Naturally. I've neglected my business enough serving on that jury.
But I'm sorry, but it's quite important. Sit down here.
Very well.
Harrington, did you explain to Mr. Taylor why I wanted to see him?
No, Chief. I thought you could do that better than me.
All right. Just what is this all about?
It has to do with the verdict reached by you and your fellow jurors yesterday.
Yes?
We have a report from a woman named Clark. She served with you.
What about?
She seemed convinced that several of the jurors were pressured into changing their views on the case.
Well, that's ridiculous. Why, that woman... Mr. Taylor, why don't you wait till you hear the whole thing?
Very well. Go ahead.
She also believed that you were the one who exerted this pressure.
Why, this is fantastic.
She named 3 specific jurors who were influenced. We're trying to contact these men now to substantiate her story.
Well, I must tell you right now, sir, this is the most libelous thing I have ever encountered.
You deny the charge?
Completely.
Look, Mr. Taylor...
Just a minute. Yes. I think I see behind this whole thing now.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't it be possible that having lost the case, you're now looking for some excuse to justify it?
Oh, hardly.
Well, it certainly appears that way.
Now, just a minute.
Now, wait, Harrington.
Here.
I called you in here, Mr. Taylor, to acquaint you with a charge that's been made. Frankly, I intend to investigate it thoroughly. So I advise you to remain available for further questioning.
May I see you for a minute, Mr. Butler?
Oh, come in, sir. What are you doing here?
Something has come up. I had to talk to you.
Wasn't very smart of you to come here.
I had to.
Well, what is it?
I've just come from the district attorney's office.
What are you doing there?
He sent for me.
What for?
A woman on the jury is charged that I was responsible for the acquittal.
Oh, what?
She implied that I exerted pressure.
How would you know?
Well, that isn't a point, Mr. Butler. The fact remains the charge has been made. The DA said he's going to make a thorough investigation.
Okay. Let him investigate.
But if those men I influenced should talk.
Well,
I have a reputation to think of, Mr. Butler. I'm a respected man.
Sure.
You've got to do something. You have to help me.
Look, Taylor, nothing's going to happen.
How do you know?
Just take my word for it.
I'm sorry, that isn't enough.
No?
No. I demand a guarantee of protection. The same protection you gave to Stanley.
You demand it?
I most certainly do. Don't forget, you have as much to lose as I have.
How do you figure that?
Well, you were responsible for my swaying that jury.
So?
If the district attorney were to find that out, you'd be in this thing, too.
How do you figure the DA would find out about me?
Well, I have...
You too?
Possibly. Yes.
Very interesting. Who's that?
Hey, Stanley.
Come in. Big company.
Ah.
Remember? Yeah, smooth as a face.
I've just come from his office.
Wait, I won't take care of him.
Why?
I don't know. He says if he falls, I fall too.
Well, I didn't exactly say that.
That could mean a new trial, kid.
Hey, now, wait a
We
minute.
can fix that, though.
How?
Remember that favor you owed me?
Huh?
You promised me one on the hook.
Oh. What are you going to do about this, Mr. Butler?
I'm taking care of it.
How?
Show him, Stanley.
Right.
Hey, it's good to be working again.
Excuse me, Chief.
Yes.
Here are typewritten copies of all the testimony we took.
Oh, fine. Put them right on the desk.
Yes, sir?
Well, that should be just about all the evidence we need against Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
And all 3 of the jurors said they were willing to repeat this testimony in court.
I know. One thing puzzles me, though, Chief.
Yes, what's that?
How did Taylor find out these things about the other 3 jurors?
I'm almost certain he didn't.
What do you mean?
I think it was passed on to him by someone else.
You think he was just acting as a stooge for Stanley?
No, Stanley wouldn't have been smart enough to fix the jury either.
Then who was it?
I'm afraid I can't answer that. But I felt right along that Stanley had someone higher up behind him who was trying to save his neck.
How do you know?
Well, he's a professional killer. He commits murder for profit. Whoever his client was on this killing we tried him for could very easily be the one who helped him.
And also the one who dug up the past of the men you just talked to and bought them with it.
Yes.
Well, I should say Gidby is important in this thing as Stanley.
He definitely is. However, we still have to learn his identity. Oh, come in, Harrington.
Right.
We're trying to locate you.
How's John at headquarters?
We talked to those 3 jurors. All of them admitted finally that Taylor had influenced them, both for acquittal, after he had threatened to reveal some damaging fact in their past.
How do you like that?
It's okay.
I want you to get Taylor over here at once.
Well, there ain't much chance of that, Chief.
Why not?
His body was found about half an hour ago out in Fairview Park.
Oh.
And laying next to him was a cop with 2 bullets in his chest.
Mr. Butler.
Hi.
I've been waiting here most of the morning for you. Why? I run into a little screw-up. What do you mean? Can I talk to you? Sure. I took Taylor's body out to Denver last night, just like we planned. Yeah? To bring him to Fairview Park. Park the car, come out. Just as been planned, them that turns up a cop. Oh, fine. Throws one of them what's going on here routines at me. Yeah? While he's in the middle of it, I put 2 slugs in him. It wasn't very smart. What else could I do? Got a stiff with me, remember? Shooting cops is bad business, Stanley. What'd you do with Taylor's body? I dumped it beside the cop. Are you kidding? No. Oh, that's great. What do you mean? Why don't you put a label on it? I don't get it. The DA is going to mildly suspect that you killed Taylor anyway. Just figured he'd never get any proof, that's all. Finding that cop beside him is something different. They'll turn the whole force loose on you, kid. That's okay. It ain't with me, Stanley. Get a piece of this thing, too. What do you want I should do? You better go on. Oh, now, look, the only thing to do is the heat off anyway. I was just starting to operate. You do like I say. You go under and fast.
Where's the chief, Miss Miller?
Oh, he's been over at Taylor's office doing some sort of an investigation on him.
Well, what good does that do now?
Well, he believes that Taylor was acting for someone else when he picked that jury.
Sure he was, but Stanley.
No, Harrington. The chief believes there's someone above Stanley.
Above? Who?
Well, that's what he's trying to find out.
Yeah, well, I hope he gets something.
Yeah. Any word on Stanley?
Not yet, but there's a pretty healthy search on for him.
Mm-hmm. How's the policeman?
The one who was shot?
Yeah.
I just checked City Hospital. Conditions about the same.
I see. Has he regained consciousness yet?
No.
Well, if he should die, then there's no way of proving that Stanley did the shooting.
That's right, unless we come up with some new evidence. Oh, hi, Chief.
Oh. How'd you make out, Chief?
I think I found something.
Good.
Was this in Taylor's office?
Yeah.
What is it, Chief?
Well, I did a pretty thorough check on his business affairs.
Yeah?
The representative of his bank worked with me.
Uh-huh.
I learned that he'd had a good deal of financial trouble lately. He owned several small enterprises, and they were all heavily mortgaged.
Yeah?
These mortgages were held by a man we're all familiar with.
Who's that?
Mr. Boettcher.
What? The fixed guy, huh?
That's right.
How did Taylor get mixed up with him?
Oh, Butler has many legitimate investments, and these were some of them.
Oh.
Just before the trial, these mortgages were canceled.
What, you mean called out?
Yes. And there's no record of Taylor having paid.
Well, that sounds like Butler made a deal with him.
Yes, Miss Miller. It certainly seems that way.
Well, that sure looks like the tie-in, all right.
Yes. So, any word on Stanley?
No, not yet.
And how is that cop?
He's still unconscious, Chief.
Are there any clues at all on the thing?
Just 2, the bullets and some tire tracks that were found. Police lab is working on both of them.
What are you going to do on this Butler angle, Chief?
I intend to pay a call on him.
When?
Right now.
Sit down, Mr. Deary.
Thank you.
Ah, this is a real surprise.
Really?
Yeah. What's in your mind?
Murder.
Well, it's okay for openers. Got anybody in mind?
This murder has already been committed.
Oh?
The body of a man named Taylor was found this morning out in Fairview Park.
Who was it?
Maybe he's a business acquaintance of yours.
Taylor?
Yes. You held several mortgages on some of his enterprise.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember that. I'm sorry to hear about that. How did it happen?
Well, we believe a man named Stanley was responsible.
Now, there's one I don't know.
Oh, I think you do.
Another business acquaintance?
Could be. Stanley is a professional killer. Taylor served on a jury that just acquitted him of murder.
Why should he want to kill somebody who acquitted him?
Well, Taylor was bribed to swing that acquittal.
Oh.
It's my belief the bribing was done by you.
Very funny.
I didn't intend it to be.
You know, you legal guys kill me.
How's that?
Everything with you is deduction.
Well, this is more than straight deduction.
Bring your proof?
I will have.
How?
Whoever got rid of Taylor's body ran into a policeman in the park.
Yeah?
He shot the policeman.
No kidding.
But fortunately for us, he didn't die.
The cop?
That's right.
Well, that is a break.
He's in City Hospital right now. Still unconscious. When he comes around, he should have an interesting story to tell.
Yeah. I'd like to hear it.
You will.
For me. Oh? Yeah. For you.
Thank you. Hello? Oh, yes, Hank. What's that? I see. Yes, fine. I'm glad you called. Right. Goodbye. And that was another report on the officer who was shot. The doctors believe he'll be well enough to talk tomorrow.
Good.
I'll get in touch with you again after I've heard his report.
I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Put on those lights, Hank.
Right, Bob. All right. They dropped that. Now, go on me. Drop it.
It's good work, Harrington. Put the cuffs on him.
Now, here is your district attorney.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think the first thing I should tell you is that Stanley was tried again on the charge of first-degree murder. And with the evidence we gathered, we made it stick this time that he paid for his crimes in the electric chair.
Yeah, and that little visit was long overdue, Chief.
Yes, Harrington, it was.
Chief, I think you should tell the device you used to trap him.
Well, it was really a desperation measure. You see, the call I received from Harrington when I was in Butler's office was a report that a police officer had died. I knew that his death just about eliminated any real chance we might have to pin the murder on Stanley. Feeling that Butler was working with the killer and also knew his whereabouts, I trumped up the story that the policeman was recovering. I hoped this would goad them into getting rid of him before he could talk.
Which it did. We spent most of the day in that hospital room for Stanley to show.
He didn't know that the body in the bed was a dummy.
Oh, with the lights out, he couldn't tell.
You forgot about Boettcher, Chief.
Oh, yes. Well, Mr. Butler has been sent to prison for a long term for his part in the affair. You see, Stanley thought Butler had double-crossed him in the hospital story, so he implicated him in the killing.
Well, that's what usually happens, isn't it, Chief, when thieves fall out?
Yes, it is. Thank you, and good night.
The names of all characters in tonight's dramatization are fictitious, and any resemblance to names of living persons or actual places is purely coincidental. Our stars were Jay Jostin in the title role, Len Doyle as Harrington, and Vicky Bola as Miss Miller. The music was under the direction of
Gangbusters!
Military Police Corps of the United States Army is celebrating its 12th anniversary. To tell us about tonight's Gangbusters case is the Chief of Operations and Enforcement Branch of the Office of the Provost Marshal General, Lieutenant Colonel Harley Moore, who supervises military police operations all over the world. And here, especially transcribed for Gangbusters, is Colonel Moore.
Thank you, and good evening, Gangbusters listeners. Throughout the world, the uniformed military policeman of the American Army has become a familiar sight. His trim uniform, bearing, and conduct are models for soldiers everywhere. His job in the Army compares to that of the uniformed civilian policeman: to maintain order, direct military traffic, guard important installations, prevent crime, and give assistance and service wherever he can. Within the Army's Military Police Corps, there are also specialists who perform functions similar to those of detectives of a city police force. These are called criminal investigators. It is their duty, under the supervision of their local provost marshal, to investigate crimes against Army personnel and property, and to apprehend fugitives in this connection. This case tonight shows in part the work of these important specialists, and it began one summer night a year or so ago on the outskirts of a small town in Iowa. A very low-grade carnival was playing a one-night stand to so-so business, and the talkers at the various attractions were straining their lungs, drumming up trade. The only fair-sized crowd was gathered in front of Gay Paris, the carnival's girly show, where the outside talker was making his pitch to the crowd.
On the inside of Gay Paris in a very few minutes. Yes, sir, the spectacle you've been witnessing outside here is only a sample, a very small sample of what's going to start on the inside of Gay Paris in just a few minutes. You're going to see the five most gorgeous, lovely girls west of Broadway and east of Hollywood. And there's still a few seats left inside the tent. You've been watching our little Josette give you that sample, our sweet little Josette. Take a bow, Josette.
Thank you.
Hey, you. Stay off the ballot stand, pal. This is for employees only. Right over here, the best quarter you ever spent. Mister, I said stay off the ballot stand.
I'm the sheriff of the county.
Oh, well, we run a clean extravaganza here, Sheriff. Pure and simple. Witness the show with my compliments.
I'm not here for that. I want to talk to you.
Well, I'm giving my pitch, Sheriff.
I want to talk to you anyway.
If you want to talk, Sheriff, you'll talk, but just a second now. All right, man. Josette will give you one more little segment of what you'll see inside the Gay Paris. Give him that segment, Josette, but not too much now. Hit it, Professor! Now, what can I do for you, Sheriff?
You got a fellow named Hale working around here?
Hale? Not that I know of.
The big boss said you had a Ralph Hale over here.
Oh, Ralph. I never knew Hale was his other name. Yes, he's our electrician, handyman, stagehand, and general factotum around here.
Where is he now?
Well, I'll take you to him. Give me a minute to get in this crowd inside, will you?
Okay, take your minute.
Well, I'll be right with you. Well, that's enough of a segment, Josette. That's enough now. Now, just take it easy, boys. You ain't seen nothing yet. Now, little Josette is going to go back inside the tent with the other girls, and she's going to get ready for the big performance of the Gay Paris show that starts in just another moment. Now, go on, Josette.
See you inside, everybody.
Come on.
I'm on in 2 minutes. Ralph?
What?
Ralph, you better go.
I better go where? Will you get ready for the show,
Ralph,
Josie?
the sheriff is outside looking for you.
Sheriff? Well, thanks, baby.
No, not that way. He's coming in that way.
Well, how?
Through the girls' dressing tent this way.
Listen, help me, Josie. Help me get away from you.
I will. Everything will be all right. Now, wait. Okay, it's all right. The girls are out waiting to go on.
Okay. All right, close it flash.
Sure. Now, go on, Ralph. You can sneak out that way and write to me, will you? Please write to me.
Yeah,
huh?
sure. Hey, wait a minute, Josie.
You better hurry.
Now, listen, Josie, have you got any money?
Well, I haven't got very much. I got only about $250.
Oh, well, look, baby, can I borrow $200? You'll get it back, every cent back.
But it's in a savings bank, in Chicago.
Oh.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Ralph. You know I'd let you have it. But you'll be all right. Everything will be fine.
Listen, Josie, leave the show and come to Chicago with me, will you?
Ralph, I can't do that. They need me
Oh,
here.
what do you want to stay with a lousy, run-down outfit like this for? Come on to Chicago. We'll have a real time, you and me.
Oh, gee, Ralph, I don't know. It's not right to leave like that without notice.
What do you think they'd give you notice? Look, I'm going to Alex's trail. I'm going to get my stuff. And then I'm going to hitchhike over to Sioux City.
There's 3 or 4 buses out of there for Chicago at night. I'll wait in the bus station for you. The bus station is Sioux City.
Ralph, I can't. You know how I feel about you, but I can't.
I'll be waiting for you in the bus station.
Ralph.
I need you there, Josie. I need you. Now, you pull out of here as soon as they tear down the show tonight. All right?
All right. I'll meet you in the bus station.
Well, that was how this fugitive made his escape. He was, as we shall see, an Army deserter. In addition to that violation of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, he was also sought for the burglary of the residences of 2 non-commissioned officers on the military reservation at Fort Meade, Maryland, when he was stationed there. At midnight that night, in the headquarters of the 5th Army Military Police Criminal Investigation Detachment in Chicago, First Sergeant Edward P. Ellis, on duty in that office, had just dialed the telephone number.
Major Landry, please.
Speaking.
Oh, this is Sergeant Ellis, sir. Sorry to disturb you at home.
That's all right. What is it, Sergeant?
We just got a wire, sir. A reply from that sheriff in Iowa.
Did he get him?
No, sir.
Now, what'd the wire say?
Says Major Robert L. Landry, 5th Army Military Police Criminal Investigation Detachment, Chicago. Information good, but missed Ralph Hale, wanted by your office. Hale fled while I was on Carnival lot to make arrest.
Well, that's that, I guess.
Yes, sir. No information regarding present whereabouts.
All right, Sergeant. Send a wire back to the sheriff over my name and thank him.
Yes, sir.
We'll get him, Sergeant. I want you to catch up with that Carnival and see what kind of information you can turn up. Somebody around there ought to know where he was heading.
When shall I leave, sir?
I'll come into the office and we can talk it over. You can leave tonight.
Cheer up, will you, Josie? There's plenty for you to do in Chicago. You can get a job 10 minutes after the bus goes.
I'm not worried about that, Ralph. I shouldn't have left the show like that without notice. Where are they going to find another girl in the middle of Iowa like
Look,
that?
worry about yourself a little bit instead of other people, will you?
I'm just that way, that's all.
Well, if you got to worry about somebody else, you worry about me.
Look, I am worried about you. You don't have to tell me to worry about you.
I'll be all right. As long as I have a little bit of dough to get settled on and look around. Now, you sure you got that money in the bank in Chicago, huh?
Yeah, I
You got your bank book with you?
I got that, too.
Okay.
Ralph,
Hmm?
what did that sheriff want to talk to you for? Exactly, I mean.
Oh, I've been in a little trouble.
I know that. I mean exactly. After all, I left the show. I'm going to Chicago with you, giving me that money. I'm entitled to know.
Well, how much do you think a guy can make roughnecking around a small-time show like that? I've been working the short con. I guess one of the marks put in a beef. I took some small-town suckers for a couple of touches. Everybody does it. It's practically the gist.
Well, the bus is going to get in awful early in the morning. We got to find rooms and everything.
So don't bother about that, kid. I think we'll be set all right.
Where?
I got a friend in Chicago. We used to work together a lot. He'll find a spot for us.
Oh, all right.
His name is Fatso.
That's a funny name.
Yeah, well, it fits. He's not what you'd call good-looking.
Gee, I don't think I can hold my head up anymore, Ralph.
Yeah, we'll go to sleep.
Can I lean on your shoulder?
Lean on the pillow they give you. My shoulder's not a pillow.
All right. Night. Wake me up when we get to Chicago.
Yeah, I will. You can count on it.
What I do, Ralph, except get a job.
Look, Josie, don't bother me with your problems, will you? Fatso invited us here to have a drink, not to listen to your troubles. Isn't that right, Fatso?
She's got a point, Ralph. If she don't work, how are we going to pay the rent? And look, there ain't even much left in the bottle. That's as important as rent.
We'll manage. Don't worry about that. We'll manage.
We sure managed fine so far, didn't we? Took all my money out of the bank. It's not even a week yet, and tomorrow there won't be a cent left.
What are you complaining? Listen, if you're complaining, you can get on the bus and go back to the show.
I'm not complaining, Ralph. You know I'm not. I'm just worried, that's all.
You and me both.
Well, who'd figure that Fatso was in such a spot and strapped for dough like me? I thought he'd be in good shape.
I've been having a rough year, Ralph. I've been sick.
Well, if I want that dice job, I better call him then.
Well, go on. Call him then.
There's a phone under the stairs.
All right.
I'll pour you another drink in the meanwhile.
No, don't do that. I don't want any more.
I'll pour one for myself. She's an awful pretty girl, Ralph.
She'll do.
You ought to be nice to her. It's good to have somebody that likes you. You treat them right, and they keep liking you.
What do you know about women?
I know if I had one like that, I'd treat her right. Giving her last money, too.
All right, it's a shame she's got no more. Now, listen, are you interested in this deal I was telling you about or not?
Where'd you hear about it anyway? In the Army?
No, since I left, since I went with the show.
Look, I don't mind traveling and all that, but you got to be sure the old man's got all that money in the house.
I can be sure of it. Some guy I drank beer with in town. He worked for him. He spent the whole night talking about him. He's got a safe in the wall of his living room.
Yeah, but has he got dough in it?
Yeah, he's got dough in it.
How old is he, anyway?
He's over 60, way over 60.
I guess he won't be much trouble.
No trouble at all. We leave Chicago in the afternoon, just in time to get to the old man's house at midnight. We do our business, we turn right around, we come back. Nobody even knows we're out of Chicago.
Nobody but Josie.
Josie is coming with us.
On the job?
On the job.
You're not going to tell her what you got in mind. She wouldn't like it.
She wakes up and finds herself part of the deal. She'll have to like it.
Back to Gangbusters in a moment. Marcus Whitman, Frontier Doctor, will be the real-life hero of tomorrow night's Radio Hall of Fame. Lionel Barrymore, your host, tells the story of this pioneer Oregonian who risked his life to help America open the Pacific Northwest to settlement. Lionel Barrymore will have the aid of a top Hollywood cast in the Radio Hall of Fame's outstanding production, Marcus Whitman, Frontier Doctor, tomorrow evening on most of these same CBS radio stations. And now back to Gangbusters and Lieutenant Colonel Moore.
Well, as the 5th Army Criminal Investigation Detachment of the Military Police sought information leading to the whereabouts of an Army deserter who had also been accused of burglary on a military reservation, the fugitive, in company of his friend and the girl Josie, left Chicago for the small Nebraska city, intent upon robbing an elderly resident. Shortly after midnight, the stolen car in which they had driven from Chicago pulled up in front of the spacious Victorian residence where their intended victim lived all alone.
What a casa.
Ralph, I'm afraid. I don't want to do it.
What's there to be afraid of?
I never did anything like this before. I never stole a thing in my life.
This is a good time as any to start. Go on, get out.
It seems so off.
That's an awful big house, Ralph. You don't think he's got boarders or anything?
He's got nothing except dough. Now, come on.
Dogs. You think he's got dogs? I'm scared to death of dogs.
He's got no dogs.
Only money.
Yeah, you said it, baby. Only money. And he won't have that long.
Maybe he's not home. There's not a light anyplace.
He never goes anywhere. He's asleep. All right, hold it here. Now, we'll stay out of sight here, Josie. Go to it.
Ralph, can't...
Go on, will you?
All right.
That's a good girl.
All right, get down.
I'm down.
Go on, push the bell.
There it is.
Again.
There goes the light in the bedroom.
Really quiet.
I'm quiet.
Take him a couple of seconds to get downstairs.
Yes? What do you want?
Excuse me, I got a flat on my car. Could I use your phone?
Do you have to wake me up in the middle of the night?
Well, I couldn't help it if I had a flat. Please?
All right, just a second.
I'm awfully sorry, but I really didn't know what to do.
As long as you woke me up, come on in.
All right, let's go.
Thank you very much.
Out of the way, honey.
Hey, what's that?
Watch the door. Get away from there, Swanson.
No, let me go. Let me go.
Hold him.
Let me go.
I got him. All right, honey, shut the door.
Yeah.
Let me go. Will you let me go?
Hold still, old
All right,
timer.
baby, turn on that light.
Please.
Turn on the light, will you?
Let me go, will you?
Go on, old timer. Get in there. In the living room. Go on.
All right, that's far enough.
What do you want?
What are you asking foolish questions for, Mr. Swanson? You know what we want. Money. All of it. Now, sit down there.
I got no money here.
Didn't you hear him? He said sit down.
Baby,
Yeah.
turn on some lamps in here, will you? It should be a little more cheerful in here.
Yeah, to say the least.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Swanson, money. All the money you got.
I've got none here.
How's that? You want some more lunch?
Now, that's enough. Find a seat someplace and stay out of the way. Fatso?
Yeah.
See that picture of the ocean breezes on the wall there?
Yeah.
We'll take it down.
This picture here?
Yeah, that's the picture. Take it down.
Now, wait for
Shut
a
up,
minute.
Mr. Swanson.
Hey, look at this. A safe. A safe right in the wall.
Come here, Fatso.
Huh? That thing shouldn't be too much trouble.
No, it won't give us much trouble if Mr. Swanson don't give us much trouble. What's the combination, Mr. Swanson? What's the matter? Can't you hear me when I talk to you? Now, what's the combination? What is the combination?
Ralph, wait a minute.
Go on back there and
No,
sit.
please, Ralph, don't do that anymore.
How are we going to get him to open the safe if we don't?
Let me try.
Go ahead, if you're such a wonder.
Look, Mr. Swanson, what's the use of getting yourself hurt, huh? I didn't know it was going to be anything like this, or I wouldn't have come along. Now, tell him what the combination is. I don't want to see you get hurt.
What are you doing here? You're just as bad as them.
Don't talk like that to the lady.
Don't!
Let go of me, will
All right,
you?
let him go.
Please don't hurt him.
Honest, how can a guy work with all this interference?
Honey, go over in the other room. Keep a sharp look out of the window. Watch for any cars stopping in front.
Yeah, but...
Go on, will you?
All right. But don't hurt him.
That's right, through there.
Please don't hurt him.
All right, now, Mr. Swanson. No.
That's it. Let him go.
You want the combination, don't you?
You let him go. All right, now, Mr. Swanson, how about it?
I won't tell you.
You see, Ralph?
I'm going to show you something, Mr. Swanson. I'm going to show you this.
What'd you need a gun for?
Just get your hands away.
Sit down there and stay there.
What are you going to do?
What's the combination?
No. You wouldn't kill me.
Well, let's see how close I can come.
No. No.
Feel that whiz by your ear, Mr. Swanson?
No.
Now, what's the combination?
Well, what is it?
Well, let's whiz one by the other ear. Now, what's the combination?
No.
He didn't shoot.
No, we didn't shoot him. Get back in there. Will you go back in there?
What's the matter with her, anyway?
Now, listen to me, Mr. Swanson. I'm tired of messing around. What is the combination? What is it?
Go on,
Come on, what is it? Come on, what is it? What is it?
Hey, take it easy. You'll kill him.
It's your life. I'll kill him. You can't toy with me.
Watch it. Watch it. Uh-oh. I think that done it.
Mr. Swanson. Come on, Mr. Swanson. Quit stalling.
You ask me, Ralph, I think that really done
Well,
it.
who's asking you?
After all, he ain't no youngster.
All right, what are you worried about?
If you were going to kill him, you should have waited until we got the combination.
We'll open the safe without the combination.
How? Tell me how.
Will you look for some tools? And go to work on the safe while Josie and I see what else is around this house.
Major Landry. This is Corporal Lochner, sir. Sergeant Ellis is calling in from Ames, Iowa. Oh, good. Put him on. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Hello, sir. Yes, Sergeant?
I caught up at the carnival in Keokuk, and I've been following them around for a couple of days.
Good. What'd you find out?
Well, nobody's heard from Ralph Hale, but there was a girl with the show. Josie McAllister is the name she was working under.
Yeah?
She left without notice the night Hale ran out.
They think she might be with Hale?
Well, they say she could be, sir. One of her friends here had a postcard from this Josie. She's working as a dice girl in some tavern there in Chicago.
Where in Chicago?
I got the postcard, Major. It doesn't say what tavern, just Chicago.
All right, that's better than nothing. We'll see what we can do with it.
Hey, Ralph.
What?
How about it? Can we stop at the next joint for a sandwich or something?
The idea is not to stop for a sandwich. The idea is just to get back to Chicago as fast as we can. Just get some speed out of this thing and put in some miles before it gets daylight.
Ralph, how could you kill him? How could you do such a thing?
Josie, let's not go over that again. It was an accident. He fell.
That poor old guy.
What did she say?
You just take care of the driving up there, Fatso. I'll take care of the conversation back here. Now, listen, you get one thing through your head, Josie. You're in this just as much as we are.
I didn't want to come along.
No, but you did. You helped. The best thing for you to do is to forget it, go about your business, keep your mouth shut.
Just to kill a guy like that and for nothing, practically.
All right, so we couldn't get the safe open. Had $100 in cash in his pocket. It's better than nothing.
Kill a man for $100.
That's what you think. But Josie, look.
What's that? Oh, my.
Shut up. That's what I don't know about it. I found it upstairs. It's 2 carats at least.
Hey, what's all the whispering?
Oh, when you sweet talk nothings to your girlfriend, you don't shout, do you?
Oh.
When we get to Chicago, you get back to your job, Josie. And you wait and see. Things are going to be just ducky.
Thus, the search was concentrated in Chicago. Every available military police investigator was used in the attempt to track down the girl Josie, who was known to be working as a dice girl in a Chicago tavern. Meanwhile, the robbery and homicide had not been tied to the former carnival worker and Army deserter. The aid of Chicago detectives was requested in the hunt for the dice girl. But a week passed, and the investigators still were not able to locate her.
Come on, 80K.
And 3 is 22. You want to try again?
Yeah, sure, why not? Gotta win sometime, don't I? Josie?
If you keep trying long enough.
That's your name, Josie, isn't it?
Yeah, that's my name.
Nice name.
Roll the dice, mister. I'm not here to carry on conversations.
Neither am I.
Hey, Josie, I got to talk to you.
I'm busy now,
I don't care how busy you are. I got to talk to you.
Later.
Where's Ralph? Is he coming here?
I don't know where Ralph is. Go on, roll, mister.
Yeah.
Did Ralph bring a ring from Nebraska?
A ring? I don't know.
He did, didn't he? And you two didn't say nothing.
I don't know, Fatso. Now, please, I'm busy.
Okay, you're busy. I'm busy, too. I'm telling you something. You two better show up at my place after you get finished tonight. I want to get this settled, and I want to get it settled good.
Fatso, I got a customer. Excuse it, mister.
Oh, I love fights.
I heard from sources that Ralph got a ring. I want my part of that. If I don't get it, there'll be trouble, real trouble. Now, both of you show up tonight. I'll see you later.
He's mad.
Yeah, I guess he has a right to be. Well, go on, roll, mister.
No, I think I've had enough. Here, this squares us, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
So long, Josie.
Call again, mister.
That's a girl, all right, Major. Good. They're going to meet Ralph later. She and that guy, Fatso his name is. They were arguing about a ring.
Were they?
Yes, sir. Well, that part didn't make sense to me.
We'll try to make sense out of it. Now, let's see where that fellow Fatso goes. And see if the girl and Ralph keep that date.
Well, if you don't intend to give him his share, Ralph, why are you coming to see him? That's what I don't understand.
You don't understand a lot of things, Josie. All right, go on in.
He's entitled to it, you know.
He's entitled to what I want to give him.
Ralph, listen to me. Why make trouble for yourself? Aren't you involved enough now? Give him what he's got coming to him.
Go on, get upstairs.
All right.
And I don't want to hear any more out of you either. I can ship you back to that carnival so fast your head will spin.
Oh, no, you won't.
Now, you listen to me, baby. Don't you backtalk me. You're in this thing just as much as anybody. You can get just as much as me, so remember that. If I say back to the show, you go, and no arguments. Now, get upstairs.
All right. You don't have to shove me.
You and Fatso have got to learn to take what you get and be happy with it.
What about my $250?
You'll get it when I feel like giving it to you. And I don't feel like it yet. Come on, Fatso, open up. You know who it is. All right, come on. Now, listen, Fatso.
All right, Ralph, stand still.
Sorry, police.
Hold it. Not me. Watch him. There he goes.
I got him in there.
You just think you have him there. Let me go. Watch him upstairs. Let me go. Dirty rotten.
Going any place else? No. No place at all.
Everything okay, sir?
I got no complaints, Sergeant. No complaints at all.
And that was how this Army fugitive was taken by criminal investigators of the Military Police Corps. Subsequently, his connection with the Nebraska homicide came to light. Following a court-martial and a dishonorable discharge from the Army, he was turned over to the Nebraska authorities to be tried with his Confederates on a charge of murder. They were found guilty and received appropriate sentences under the law. This incident shows that any crime is of concern to all enforcement officials and to all citizens. Neither the military police nor the civilian law enforcement officials can prevent or solve all crimes without the assistance of the other. Tonight we are observing the 12th anniversary of the Military Police Corps. The attainment of this milestone has been greatly enhanced by the aid of your local police. This sentiment is extended to the police of most foreign countries, who in these days of uneasy peace work hand in glove with us. On behalf of the Provost Marshal General and every military policeman throughout the world, I want to thank Gangbusters for this opportunity to show you how your Army works for you in peace as they do in war.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Harley Moore, Chief of Operations from the Office of the Provost Marshal General, United States Army. Now, Gangbusters nationwide clues broadcast every week as a public service to assist American police in their war against the underworld. Attention, all citizens. Watch for this man, Herbert Paul Jenkins, wanted by the FBI for unlawful flight to avoid prosecution for murder. His official description.
Herbert Paul Jenkins, age 51, height 5 feet 9 inches, 170 to 190 pounds, medium build, brown hair, blue eyes, fair complexion, may seek work as farmer, mechanic, steel, or shipyard worker.
He has the tattoo Inez below left elbow, has oblique scar above inner corner of right eyebrow, a small oblique scar below nose, an irregular scar below left side of jaw, and a 1 1/2 inch scar on inner right forearm. He has a furrow between his eyes.
Caution, Jenkins may be armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. Watch for him. Attention, all citizens. Watch for George Lester Ballou, wanted by the FBI for interstate transportation of stolen property. His official description.
George Lester Ballou, age 39, 5 feet 9 inches, 160 to 70 pounds, medium build, dark brown hair, brown eyes, medium complexion. May seek work as a nurse, clerk, or artist.
This man has a scar on bridge of his nose, on his lower right arm, a tattoo of a heart pierced with a dagger, and the words, death before dishonor.
Caution, Ballou may be armed and should be considered dangerous. If you have any information concerning these fugitives, notify your local police, the nearest office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or Gangbusters at once. Tonight's Gangbusters case was dramatized by Stanley Niss and directed by Leonard L. Bass, with Bob Reddick, Juano Hernandez, and Terry Keane in leading roles. The entire production was supervised for CBS Radio by John Ives. Gaylord Avery speaking. Listen next week, same time, same CBS station, to amazing facts in The Case of the Soda Fountain Pigeon on Gangbusters, a production of CBS Radio in cooperation with Phillips H. Lord. With Harry Lillis Crosby, Freeman Gosden, and Charles Correll checking in on CBS Radio tomorrow night, we're happy to remind you that from now on they'll be keeping company Sunday nights with our man Benny Kubelski. Or, looking at it another way, with the Bing Crosby Show and Amos and Andy returning to most of these stations tomorrow night, they'll be heard the same evening as Jack Benny. It's all yours tomorrow evening with the rest of our Sunday Fun Day lineup presented by CBS Radio. And remember, America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network.
I guess so, Nick. I feel like a Hollywood stunt woman about to be pushed off a cliff.
Just do as I told you. There shouldn't be any danger.
The Underwriters Association's going to feel awfully bad about having this nice new car wrecked.
Not if it gets results, they won't. All right, hold tight. Here's the curve. And here we go.
Now, the case of the Lucrative Wreck. Today's exciting Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins with a young couple, Bob and Peggy Anderson, trying out their brand new car.
Listen to that motor purr, Peggy. Oh, it feels good to be at the wheel of a new car again.
Bob, this hill is steep. Maybe there's a curb at the bottom.
If there were a curve, it would be marked. You don't see any marker, do you?
No, but... Bob, there is a curve.
Huh? God, hold tight, Peggy.
The fence! We're going through the fence!
Peggy, you all right?
I guess so. Oh, how about you?
Oh, I got a bump in my head, I guess, but no bones broken. Let me help you out.
Yeah. Oh, Bob, our new car, it's a total wreck.
Yeah. Golly, we not only went through the fence, we went halfway through the wall of this barn.
Say, you too. Don't try to get away.
Well, who's trying to get away? Put down that shotgun, you idiot.
Young fella, you might have near ruined my barn with your reckless driving. Done near $1,000 damage to it.
$1,000? The whole barn isn't worth that.
Don't go getting sassy, young lady. I'm a deputy sheriff, I am.
Oh, now, look, mister,
name is Dillon.
All right, Mr. Dillon. You'll get paid for the damage as soon as I can arrange it.
I want cash, young fella.
Oh, I haven't got enough with me.
I get the cash, or I hold your car.
Look, we can work this out somehow.
Yeah? Well, look, tell you what. I got a nephew in the garage business. Now, this wreck of yours might be worth $200-300 to him. Now, here's my proposition. I'll take what's left of the car and call it quits.
Now, wait a minute.
Take it or leave it. Well?
Oh, all right. I'm licked.
Yeah, Mace. Another wreck this afternoon. Mighty nice new Royal Coupe. Here's the bill of sale.
Good work, Dillon.
Arranged another wreck by taking down that sign that says warning curve ahead, did you?
I sure did, Rocky.
Okay, Dillon. Make out that bill of sale to Elmer Eustace.
Same as usual, huh?
Right. And, Rocky.
Yeah?
Look in the files and see if we got a wine-colored Royal Coupe Model 76.
Okay.
Got a customer for a new job. Just itching to pay a big price.
Well, there's no Model 76 Royal Coupe listed in the boss's files.
Oh. All right, Rocky, come on. Let's go out and see if we can pick one up.
Well, there are the records, Mr. Carter. In the past 3 months, there's been a positive epidemic of thefts of new cars.
But Mr. Benson, hasn't a single car been recovered?
Not one. That's why the Underwriters Association is asking you to take the case.
Very well. But I warn you, I'll have to have a free hand, no matter how strange my methods may seem.
Of course. Now, what can we do for you first?
I'd like a list of all the cars stolen in the last 3 months, together with the names of their owners.
Certainly. Oh, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Have you the car theft file?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benson. I thought you'd want it. Here it is.
Oh, thank you. That's all right now, Miss Collins.
Yes, Mr. Benson.
Here you are, Mr. Carter. Anytime you want me, day or night, please call me. If I'm not in, call Miss Collins. Oh, here. Here's her home phone number, and here's mine.
Thanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do.
Oh, Nick.
Oh, yes, Betsy.
If you can bear to give up playing with those radio sets for a minute, Mr. Benson from the Underwriters is here.
Good. I was just going to call him. There. All right. Show him in, Betsy.
Right, Nick. Mr. Benson, will you step in here?
I'll say I will. Mr. Carter, do you realize that it's 48 hours since we gave you a free hand on this case? And in that time, you haven't lifted a finger.
Oh, yes, I have, Mr. Benson. In my own way, of course.
Do you know that another one of our clients had his car stolen last night?
Yes, I know, and I'm sorry. But I couldn't do anything last night. Now I can.
Well, that's something at least.
I'll need 3 cars from you. 3 new cars.
3 new cars? What for?
That I can't tell you. But give me the 3 cars, and I think I can promise you action in a hurry.
Well, all right. I guess it can be arranged. I'll have him here this afternoon. But frankly, Mr. Carter, we want results.
Well, Nick, I just left the last of those 3 cars at 7th and Washington Streets. Now maybe you'll break down and tell me what this is all about.
Why, Patsy, I thought you'd figure the whole thing out by now.
Oh, all I know is that you had me park those 3 beautiful new cars in different parts of the city, and they're supposed to be bait for this car-stealing gang. Well, why didn't you have me put them someplace where you can watch them?
Oh, but I am watching them, Patsy.
Oh, are you kidding?
I am not.
Huh?
Under the back seat of each of those cars, I've hidden one of those little radios you said I was playing with.
What?
They're really small, compact sending sets with an individual signal and a 2-mile range. Catch on?
Oh, I think I do, Nick. If anybody steals one of those cars...
The radio starts sending out a signal automatically. And with a direction finder in my car, we can follow the stolen car straight to the gang's hideout. Now, if that gang will just pick up one of those cars...
Nick, they have. How do you like that for service?
Wait. That's the signal from the Royal Coupe you parked at the corner of 6th and Johnson. We gotta get there fast.
It must be straight ahead of us, Nick. The signal's been getting louder ever since we turned that last corner.
Yeah. Thieves are taking it out this road. Must be headed for someplace in the suburbs.
There's nothing in sight, except that big truck up ahead. Why don't you pass it?
Because that wouldn't do any good.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, the stolen car's on that truck.
What?
Under that big canvas.
Why, I never thought of that.
Neither did I. Not until I saw that the truck was the only thing in sight. Pretty clever way of transporting a stolen car, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say it is. A freight train coming.
Yeah, I better stop back here. I don't want to get too close to the truck.
Nick, the truck's not stopping.
Great Scott! They're going to try to get across the tracks in front of the train.
Oh, Nick!
Confound it, they made it. But we can't.
And look at the length of this train. It must be a mile long.
Worse than that, it's stopping.
How do you like that?
I don't. While this darn thing gets out of our way, that truck will be so far away we won't be able to pick up the radio signal. Certainly looks as though luck's against us.
Well, so Nick lost the first round in his battle to break up the ring of car thieves. But he's lost more than that. He's lost a brand new car lent to him to use as bait. We'll see what that leads to in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Lucrative Wrecks. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. It is the following afternoon, and Nick and Patsy in Nick's car are cruising around town, hoping to pick up a signal from one of the other cars they planted as bait.
Hadn't been for that doggone freight train, I might have the gang rounded up by now.
Nick, listen.
Huh?
That's the signal from the radio in the Royal Coupe that they got away with.
Yeah. It's getting louder.
Now it's getting faint again.
And did you notice that it got louder just as that wine-colored Royal Coupe ahead passed us?
Hey, that's the car that was stolen from us.
It's not getting away from us again. I want to force it to the curb. Hey, pull over.
What's the big idea?
Pull over and stop.
Why, you stupid! Watch out! Say, what's going on here? You tried to wreck me.
Oh, I didn't. I just want to stop you. That's a stolen car you're driving.
Stolen car? You're crazy. I just bought it an hour ago. Paid spot cash for it.
Maybe, but it's still a stolen car.
Now, see here. I'm Judge Pearson, and if you think
Judge Pearson, my name is Carter, Nick Carter.
Oh, sure, I've heard of you, Mr. Carter. But I still say I bought this car legally. Look, here's the bill of sale.
Mm-hmm. Sold you by a man named Elmer Eustace. Address 3192 Grand Avenue. Bill of sale's in order, all right. But the engine number it gives is wrong.
But it can't be wrong. Look at the number on the engine and see for yourself.
Thanks, Judge, I will.
This is the car, all right. I recognize that tiny scratch on the door.
So do I. The engine number will clinch it. Just let me get the hood.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. D4777 89.
Well, that's the number on the bill of sale. But that's not the motor number of the coupe that was stolen from us.
No, it's not. And it's obviously the real motor number. Hasn't been tampered with in any way.
Well, are you satisfied?
Yes, I guess I've made a mistake, Judge.
I told you so. Next time, better make sure of your facts.
Well, Nick, you let him go. You didn't even look to see whether the radio was under the back seat.
Didn't have to, Patsy. That's the car that was stolen, all right, even if the engine number is different.
Well...
Patsy, listen. Go down to the Motor Vehicle Bureau and find out who originally registered a Royal Coupe with motor number D477789.
Right. Where are you going?
Going to drop in on Mr. Elmer Eustace, the man who sold that car to Judge Pearson.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Eustace. Is he in?
Yes, he's in, young man. But I don't know if he'll speak to you.
I think he will. May I come in, please?
Oh, no, young man. Elmer doesn't live here. He lives next door.
Next door?
Yes. Right there on the other side of the fence.
But that's a cemetery.
Yes. Elmer's been dead 20 years. So Elmer Eustace has been dead for 20 years.
Yes, Patsy, very dead.
Huh.
And what did you find out at the Motor Vehicle Bureau?
Oh, well, the car you asked about was registered several days ago by a man named Robert Anderson. He lives only a few blocks from here, so on the way back, I stopped in to see him.
What did he say?
Well, his story, Nick, is that he bought a wine-colored Royal Coupe and wrecked it the same day. He gave the wreck to a man named Frank Dillon to pay for damage the car did to Dillon's barn when it ran off the road. The car, I mean, not the barn.
That backs up my theory completely.
Hmm?
Patsy, how would you like to join me in a nice cacophonic auto accident? All set, Patsy?
Well, I guess my football helmet's on tight enough, Nick. I feel just like a movie stunt girl who's about to be pushed off a cliff.
Well, just hold tight. There won't be any danger.
You hope.
Well, look. There's Dillon's barn, just around the turn, down there at the bottom of the hill.
I can see it in the headlights, Nick.
My hunch is right. Dillon's part of the gang. My bet is that he's responsible for the accident young Anderson had. And somehow or other got Anderson to turn the wrecked car over to him.
But if you think the gang also stole the Royal Coupe we used as bait...
It was the same model as Anderson's, Patsy. Only they took the engine out of Anderson's car and put it in the stolen car.
But why would they do that?
Because they got the bill of sale from Anderson. Then when they put the engine from his car into the car they stole, the whole deal looked very legal.
So that's how they disguised the cars they stole.
That's how. And now we're going to have the same kind of accident Anderson had. Okay, Patsy, here's the curb. Hold tight. Are you all right, Patsy?
Well, all things considered.
Quick, give me your helmet. I'll put it in the suitcase with mine.
Here you are, Nick.
There. Now they're out of sight.
Hey, you!
Pretend to be unconscious, Patsy. I'm going to pick you up and carry you.
I could learn to like this.
Hey, you two! Don't try to get away.
What do you mean, get away? We've had an accident.
Yeah, I'll say you have. Darn near knocked my barn down. Must have done $1,000 worth of damage to it.
I'll settle for the damage, but this lady's hurt. Got to get her in the house and call a doctor.
What about my barn?
I'll take care of that later. You can keep the car for security.
Huh? Well, all right. Come on this way.
All right, I'm following you.
And keep on following him, Carter.
What?
This is a gun against your back, so no funny business. All right, Carter. Put the dame on that sofa and sit down there with her.
Anything you say. There you are, Patsy.
Oh...
Make yourself comfortable, Carter.
Thanks.
I'm calling the big boss to ask about your funeral.
See that there are lots of flowers.
Why? You won't be smelling them. Hello, boss. This is Ace Williams. Listen, Rocky and me are at Dillon's. They're giving him his payoff tonight when in walks Nick Carter. Yeah, tried to pull a fake accident, but me and Rocky got the drop on him. Now, look, boys, I got an idea. He's already wrecked his car, see? So why don't we put it on the truck and haul it out to the old Morgan quarry? That's about 60 feet deep.
Nick.
What? Sure, we can put him and the girl in the car and push it off.
They're going to kill us.
Easy, Patsy. We're not dead yet.
That's the idea. Yeah, just a nice, clean accident. Okay, goodbye. Well, Carter, you can pick up the dame again. The four of us are going for a little ride. But only me and Rocky are coming back.
Gee, Carter, you sure make a pretty picture standing there on the edge of the quarry holding that dame in your arms.
Hey, Rocky, give me a hand back here.
Yeah, okay, Ace. I'll be right with you.
Nick, they've got the car balanced right on the edge of the quarry.
Which means they won't have to push their car once they get us inside.
Oh.
Patsy, how about a little swim?
But why, Nick, are you...
The quarry's almost filled with water. You can see it ripple in the moonlight.
Yes. It's only about 20 feet from the top.
Okay. We're going to pull a fast one on these thugs.
Okay, Carter, we're all set. Now, if you...
That's what you think, Ace. Hold tight, Patsy.
Hey! Hey, you can't! Hey, Rocky! They jumped into the quarry.
All right, Patsy?
I guess so.
Now, take it easy now. Make as little noise as you can. They can't see us, but they might judge where we are by the sound.
I think you're a wise guy, don't you, Carter? Let's see how you like this.
And here's some more for good measure, Carter.
Well, for the moment at least, Nick and Patsy have beaten the crooks at their own game. But they're not out of danger yet. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the Lucrative Wreck. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. We pick up our story with Nick and Patsy in the water in the old quarry. Ace and Rocky, standing at the edge of the quarry, are shooting at them through the darkness.
They've stopped firing. They haven't hit us.
That doesn't mean they won't.
Stay close to the edge of the quarry, Patsy. They're right over us. Can't see us as they move to the other side.
I suppose they do.
My guess is that they have no more bullets. I counted the shots. There were 12, 6 apiece.
Maybe they're reloading.
Better take that chance.
Nick, ledge of rock here.
Swell. We can pull ourselves up on it.
Oh, that water's cold. Oh, Nick.
Yeah, you'll never get out of there alive.
What are you going to do? Shoot us with empty guns?
You ain't got no gun either, Carter.
That's where you're wrong. I always carry a little spare in a waterproof case.
Quit your kidding, Carter. You're done for.
Call this kidding?
Hey, Ace! Yeah, it's got a gun. I'm beating it.
Yeah, so am I, Rocky. But don't worry, they'll never get out of there. They'll drown like rats in a trap.
Nick, is he right? Maybe we can't get out of here.
Maybe not. But we're going to try. Well, Patsy, that wasn't so bad, was it?
Oh, now that it's all over, it wasn't so bad. But for a few minutes, Nick, I thought we'd never live to get back here to the office.
Well, we made it, and that's all that counts.
Dry clothes help, too. I'm glad I have these extra things here at the office. What now, Nick?
I've got an important phone call to make. As soon as I'm through, I'll get going again.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Miss Collins. This is Nick Carter.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carter.
I have an important message for Mr. Benson. He doesn't seem to be home. Could you take it down and try to locate him?
Why, of course. What is the message?
Just tell him that I've identified 3 of the gang and have a police dragnet out for them. Hope to have them in custody by morning.
Mr. Benson will be delighted to hear that, Mr. Carter. I'll see that he gets the message as soon as possible.
Thanks very much, Miss Collins. Good night. Well, that's that. And now I'm going out to find that gang's headquarters.
Find their headquarters. But, Nick, they didn't give us a single clue to its location.
Oh, yes, they did. Just one clue.
Huh?
And I'm going to build that clue into a whole court full of convictions.
But, Nick...
You stay here by the phone. And when I call, come running with Sergeant Matheson. And every man he can get his hands on.
Now, look, you two. The boss will be here in a minute, and I'm doing the talking. You understand?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, we understand. Yeah, that's the boss now. Open the door, Rocky.
Yeah, sure, Ace. Come in, boss. We're all here like you wanted.
Close that door.
Yeah, sure.
Fools. Bunglers.
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
So you got rid of Nick Carter, did you?
Yeah, sure we did.
And I suppose it was his ghost that just telephoned me.
Just telephoned you?
Nick Carter? He did. And he's identified all three of you.
But it ain't possible.
You didn't kill him. So now I gotta kill you. All of you.
No, Mrs. Eustace, now wait, listen.
You failed and you put me in a dangerous position. If I let you live, you know what it'll
All
happen.
right, drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace.
Hey, Carl, what's that?
Where did he come from?
Pretty good act you put on this morning when I came out to question you. But I didn't stay fooled.
You cowards. If one of you won't do something...
I'll shoot the first man that moves.
We ain't moving, Carter.
Good. Now drop that gun, Mrs. Eustace. Kick it over this way. That's better.
Hey, look, Carter, how'd you find us?
You'll find out, Ace. But first, if Mrs. Eustace doesn't mind, I'd like to remove her wig.
Hey, it is a wig.
This is going to be quite a shock to Mr. Benson, isn't it, Miss Collins?
Hey, what's this Miss Collins stuff?
Yeah, I thought she was Mrs. Eustace.
She's both. You see, boys, by wearing this gray wig, Miss Collins became Mrs. Eustace.
Well, I'll
Of course,
be...
by the time Miss Collins gets out of jail, she won't have to wear a wig. Her own hair will be gray.
Well, I'll be darned. So Miss Collins was the mastermind of the car-stealing ring.
That's right, Patsy. As Benson's secretary, working right there in the office of the Underwriters Association, she was in a perfect position to furnish the others with the information that made the racket a success.
Well, why did she play the part of Alma Eustace's poor old widow?
Oh, that was a smokescreen. She hired her real identity from the gang.
Oh.
I imagine her original plan was that when the racket petered out, Mrs. Eustace would just vanish. And since none of the gang knew that she was also Miss Collins, they wouldn't be able to blackmail her later or implicate her in any way.
But I still don't see what made you suspect her.
That one clue I mentioned, Patsy. When Ace phoned from Dillon's place, I counted the clicks as he dialed. 333-444 was the number he called. That was the same number Benson had previously given me in case I ever had to call Miss Collins. That was all I needed to know.
Gee, but it sounds simple when you explain it. Now perhaps you'll tell me how you found the hideout.
Oh, that was easy. You see, when I phoned Miss Collins and in that way let her know you and I had escaped, I knew she'd head straight for the hideout.
Why, of course.
Well, I got to the place she lives just before she left.
Oh, but how'd you find out where she lived?
Had Matty trace her phone number. He gave me her address this morning.
And where did she live, Nick?
Right smack across the street from where Mrs. Eustace lives.
Well, what do you know?
From there on, it was a cinch. I saw her when she came out of the house fixed up at Mrs. Eustace, and then followed her straight to the hideout. Any more questions?
Oh, yes, teacher. Who owns that spiffy new sedan parked outside of the curb?
That? Well, Patsy, it just happens that was on order for Miss Collins. But since she won't be needing a car for 10 years or so, the underwriters bought it and insisted on presenting it to me.
What? Oh, that's wonderful.
Miss Bowen, may I give you a ride home?
Why, Mr. Carter, it will be a pleasure. It isn't every day that a poor working girl... Oh, Nick, that truck.
It's going to skid right into my car.
Oh, Nick, if that isn't the darnest break.
Here I get a brand new car and don't even get a chance to blow the horn.
Every week at this time, two great names.
Yummy. Very interesting. I think I should dictate a notice to be put in the Chatham papers.
Well, what would that be, Holmes?
Wanted. Particulars of a lady seen entering the grounds of Yoxley Old Place immediately prior to the murder.
What? You mean the crime was committed by a woman?
Don't interrupt, Watson. The notice continues. The lady was well attired. She has a thick nose, eyes set close together on either side of it. Her forehead is puckered, her expression peering, and her shoulders rounded. She has been to an optician twice in the last 2 months. Her glasses are of remarkable strength. That, Lestrade, is the woman we must find. It should not be too difficult.
In just a moment, we'll see if Sherlock Holmes is able to find the mysterious woman. Ladies and gentlemen, here's what you want to do when you feel a cold coming on. Here's what you want to do at the very first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine cold tablets. Bromoquinine tablets don't fool. No, sir, they get right after a cold symptom. They get right after a cold's misery. They relieve the headache and other pains that go with a cold. They relieve that stuffiness and feeling of depression that accompanies a cold. They help reduce the fever that goes with a cold. Bromoquinine tablets are fast and decisive in their action. First, because they're made especially for the relief of the common cold. And second, because they act internally. You can take lots of things for the relief of a cold, but nothing more reputable and reliable than famous bromoquinine tablets. Get them at any drugstore at the first symptoms of a cold. Ask for bromo, B-R-O-M-O, quinine, Q-U-I-N-I-N-E, bromoquinine cold tablets.
Thank heavens it stopped raining. I was beginning to think I was growing wet-footed, like a duck.
This, Mr. Holmes, is the path leading to the study door. Yes. The arc margin is narrow. Very narrow. That confirms my theory that the tracks were made on the way in.
Well, but how can you tell that? The tracks have been completely obliterated.
No near-sighted woman who has just lost her glasses could have managed to keep to this narrow strip of grass. This door to the study was usually kept open, I suppose.
Yes. Come in, Holmes. Come in.
And all she had to do was to walk in. The idea of murder was not in her mind. She had to pick the first weapon she could find.
This is the study, sir.
Yes. Let's have a look at the bureau first. The drawers don't interest us. Nothing of importance in there. They kept unlocked. The cupboard, on the contrary. What's this? A recent scratch on the face of this cupboard, beginning at the keyhole. So we discovered her while she was at her work. She tried to withdraw her key or forcing implement and made this mark. Who keeps the key of this bureau?
The professor on his watch chain.
Young Mr. Smith catches the lady at her work. In her excitement, she snatches the first weapon that comes to hand, loses her glasses, and makes her escape. She didn't go out of the study door, we know that. She didn't go up the stairs, or she'd have met Mrs. Marker and Susan. Supposing we take a look at that corridor leading to the professor's room, Lestrade.
Very well. This way, Holmes. But I warn you, you'll find nothing. I've been over every inch of it, and I promise you there's not a thing
Lestrade. Coconut netting, eh? Coconut netting. Just like that in the corridor leading to the outside door. That's most significant.
Well, I must say I don't see that the...
To a nearsighted lady who has just lost her glasses, Watson, one corridor with coconut netting must look very much like another.
Yes, the professor was in his room all the time. He would have seen her.
Quite. Suppose we have a chat with the professor. He must be in. I can smell the smoke of his Turkish cigarette from here. Come in. Professor Cram?
Mr. Holmes, I believe. I was told you were coming. I'm glad to see you. Pardon my receiving you in bed like this, but the shock of this horrible affair. Will you have a cigarette?
No.
I think you will like these. Made especially for me.
Thank you.
I am a great smoker, I'm afraid. It is my special vice. Well, have you decided anything about this terrible affair?
Yes, Professor. We've decided that the murderer...
It will be almost impossible to trace.
Almost impossible to trace.
You see, there are so few clues.
That's what I was afraid of. Yes, Mr. Holmes, do take another cigarette. I am glad to see someone else as ravenous a smoker as I am.
Thank you.
My private opinion is that the poor boy committed suicide. Heaven only knows why.
But the golden pince-nez.
Yes, the eyeglasses. That is a bit curious, I admit. But you know what young people are like these days. Emotionally unstable, no backbone, no stamina. They may have been a sort of a love token. The glasses, I mean. Queerer things than that have been cherished as such, you know.
That's true. I haven't thought of that.
Holmes, that's your third cigarette. You're behaving like a furnace. It'll ruin your health.
There's a great deal that is said for that suicide theory of yours, Professor Cram. And now we must apologize for intruding on you. I promise we won't disturb you again till after you've had your lunch. At 2 o'clock, we should be ready to take our leave. Come along, Watson. Professor Cram looks rather tired. I can't get that taste of those horrible cigarettes out of my mouth.
Oh, then why did you smoke so many?
Oh, I had to, Watson. I have a theory. Those cigarettes should confirm it. 2 o'clock. Time to pay our farewell respects to Professor Cram.
I must say, Holmes, I've never seen you so slipshod about any case. All you've done for the last 2 hours is sit out there in the garden with your eyes closed.
Not quite all, Watson. I've discovered that the professor's appetite has not been affected by his recent shock. In fact, it seems better than ever.
Come in, Mr. Holmes. Come in. Just two. You're from. Well, sir, have you solved this mystery yet?
Yes.
Indeed. In the garden, I suppose. I saw you sitting out there in the sun.
No. I solved it here, in this room.
Here? But when?
This very moment, Professor Cram.
How very interesting.
Yes. The lady who committed the crime, not intentionally, but in a frenzy of fear, well, this lady lost her sense of direction and, mistaking one coconut matting for another, ran into this room.
All very fine, Mr. Holmes, but you forget I was here. I would have seen her.
Quite. Yes. You did see her, and you recognized her. You also aided her to escape.
You are mad. I helped her to escape?
How? By concealing her from the police.
Then where is she now?
Oh, she's there. Behind the corner bookcase. What? Notice the footprints in the cigarette ashes I so carefully scattered on your carpet? Why do you think I was so particularly untidy?
You are right, Mr. Holmes. I am here. I have heard everything. I am your prisoner. I do not wish to escape. Only believe me when I say I did not mean to kill him, the young man.
I believe you, madam. But sit down. I fear you're far from well.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. Right as usual. I want you to hear my story. I want you to know the truth.
As you like, madam, as you like. But you mustn't excite yourself. There's plenty of time.
There you are wrong, Mr. Holmes. There is so little time. I am this man's wife, Professor Cram. He is not English. He is Russian. You are reformers, revolutionists, many years ago. There came a time of trouble. A police officer was killed. They suspected our brotherhood, but we were not guilty. In order to save his own life and earn a large reward, this man turned state evidence. We were all arrested on his confession. It was false. Some of us found our way to the gallows. Some to Siberia. I was among the latter. My husband escaped to England with his ill-gotten gains. He stole the papers that would have proved our innocence. After many years, I made my escape. I determined to find my husband and those papers, which meant freedom and life for so many of my comrades. Imagine my terror when the young man caught me with them in my hand. I lost my head.
Yes, my dear, you are always impulsive. I see now I should have turned you over to the police this time as I did the last.
No danger as that, my brave Sergei. We were afraid the English authorities would find out who you really are and deport you to Russia, and your life would not be worth 2 pence. That is the end of the story, gentlemen.
Stop her, Holmes, stop her. There's a small bottle in her hand.
Drop that, madam.
I am sorry, but it is too late. I took the poison before I came out of my hiding place. One thing more. This packet. It is the evidence. Please, they will deliver it to the Russian embassy. They will know what to do.
You may count on us, madam.
Thank you, gentlemen. I have done my duty. It is the end. You must be sorry for me. I will be happy now.
Holmes, she's gone.
Peace be to her spirit.
was an unusual story, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I don't know when I've felt sorrier, but for a murderer.
That description Holmes gave of the woman after examining the glasses, I realized he could tell she was very nearsighted from the strength of the lenses, but the rest...
Well, she was a woman of refinement. The glasses were handsomely mounted in gold. The clips were very wide, showing the lady's nose was broad at the base. The center of the lenses were close together, therefore the eyes were close set. The lady so nearsighted as that is bound to develop a peering look, a puckered forehead, and stooping shoulders.
Yes, but the two visits to the oculist...
Oh, well, the clips were lined with tiny bands of cork. One was slightly worn, and the other had been replaced at some recent time and was almost new. They corresponded exactly, however. So she must have gone back to the same attempt.
It does seem obvious when you explain it.
Quite, my dear Manning, as some would say. Quite.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember the danger of the so-called common cold. Remember the sickness it can cause and the bills it can cost. Act promptly, decisively at the first sign of a cold. Take famous bromoquinine tablets. Bromoquinine tablets have a reputation. Their fame extends to all quarters of the globe. Their merit is an assured fact. Reliability is the one thing you want in any medicine, especially in a medicine for the relief of cold. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate when you feel a cold coming on. Go right to your druggist and get a box of bromoquinine tablets. The small cost may save you a lot in grief and expense. Ask clearly for bromoquinine cold tablets. And now, Dr. Watson, how about next week's story?
Well, next week, Mr. Manning, I'll tell you how Holmes and I managed to solve the case of Godfrey Emsworth, the blonde soldier. A strange and particularly gruesome mystery.
You have been listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure adapted from Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Golden Pince-Nez, with Basil Rathbone as Sherlock Holmes and Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson. The dramatization was by Edith Meyer. This program is presented from Hollywood every week at this same time by the makers of bromoquinine cold tablets. Quick relief for cold. This is Knox Manning speaking.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. This month, Rexall family druggists are introducing 10 great new products direct from the famous Rexall laboratories. One of them is Rexall Multivitamin Formula B10. Here's a really pleasant-tasting, really easy-to-take liquid that supplies twice the minimum daily requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement for iron, plus the minimum daily requirement of vitamins A, D, and B2, plus red crystalline vitamin B12. Rexall Formula B10 aids in the formation of hemoglobin, stimulates appetite, and is especially good for convalescents. Remember and ask for it by this name, Rexall Formula B10, at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, not a corpse in a carload.
Rick?
Hi, Helen.
Hi. What are you doing?
Oh, trying to think up a new ad for the phone book.
Well, what's the matter with the old one?
Doesn't seem to be bringing in the business.
Oh.
Hey, see what you think of this one. Diamond Detective Agency, we'll split any case you've got.
bonded, or dead on arrival.
Oh, by all means, use it.
Like it?
No, but think of all the business you'll get from the psychiatric ward.
Oh, you're a living doll.
Will I see you tonight?
Mr. Diamond?
Helen, dear, I'll talk to you later. I think I've spotted a client.
Bye.
Bye. Well, come in.
You're Mr. Diamond?
That's right.
My name is Quimby, sir.
How do you do, Mr. Quimby? Pull up a chair.
Thank you.
Something I can do for you?
Yes. You see, Mr. Diamond, I'm the manager of the Far East Importing Company. And when I went down to the store this morning, our night watchman was missing.
So?
Also about $50,000 in unset gems.
Why come to me instead of the police?
But those jewels were on consignment to the store. I was in hopes you could recover them before I had to make an accounting to the owner.
Who owned the gems?
Mr. Philip Lasdown. He's a very eccentric collector. He has many things on display in the store. He's a very good client.
Aren't you insured?
Naturally. But if Mr. Lasdown knew that a robbery had taken place, he'd never again do business with my establishment.
And you want me to recover the missing jewels?
If you can.
You think the night watchman is responsible for the theft?
Well, I don't know what else to think. The night watchman's name is Block. Arthur Block. He lives in an apartment on the east side. But I've already checked with his landlady, and he hasn't shown up.
How long have I got to recover the jewels, Mr. Quimby?
But I have no idea. It's impossible to tell when Mr. Lasdown will want an accounting.
Well, I charge you $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, yes. Well, 100 be enough for now.
Well, if you have nothing to do for the next few minutes, I'd be more than happy to grovel at your feet.
I beg your pardon?
Well, now, I want the night watchman's address, also the address of your shop. Then you go back to the shop and wait to hear from me. Quimby gave me what I wanted, then minced happily out of my office. I locked up, grabbed a cab for the east side of town, and 20 minutes later I was talking to the missing night watchman's landlady.
Sure, honey. Arthur Block lives here. You're the second one to come asking for him this morning. He killed somebody or something?
Is he in?
No, he ain't been in since yesterday evening before he left for work.
Can I take a look at his room?
Well, I don't know, Blue Eyes. It's against the rules.
Oh, my goodness, I dropped a $5 bill.
My goodness, so you did. Don't hurt your back bending over, honey. I'll get it. Right. Little rheumatism, but anything for a fin. Say, you got any more loose ones around? I'll show you every room in a joint.
Just the one where Block lives.
Right down here. You ain't no cop, honey. Shamus?
Yeah.
Figured. Right in here. There you are, handsome.
Thank you, Mother.
Mother! When you're done, stop back at my room and have a beer.
I never touch anything stronger than opium.
Never anything stronger than opium. Mother!
The night watchman's room was a shabby affair, about 15 by 20, and I went over it inch by inch, cockroach by cockroach. Apparently, Block hadn't taken anything with him. The drawers of the broken-down dresser were filled with an assortment of socks and underwear. In the closet, I found the rest of his clothes and an old empty suitcase. Yes, if Arthur Block had skipped, he was figuring on buying a wardrobe someplace else. I left, keeping on my tiptoes as I passed the landlady's door. Then I headed for the address of Mr. Quimby's antique shop.
Hey, Mr. Diamond, did you find out anything about the night watchman?
Well, his landlady's a lush and likes blue eyes.
Oh, my gracious.
What's the matter?
Mr. Lasdown. Good afternoon, Mr. Lasdown. I do hope you...
Enough of your vulgarism, sir. It's a perfectly wretched afternoon, as you very well know.
Yes, it is. Pardon me. Mr. Diamond, Mr. Lasdown.
Philip J. Lasdown. How do you do, sir?
How do you do?
Quimby, I've come from my Buddha.
You've come to your...
You've had it quite long enough. Where is it?
Mr. Lasdown, I have someone who's interested
I've decided not to sell it. Now, come. Where is it?
It's over there, in the corner, Mr. Lasdown.
In the corner?
Yes.
I see. It's not enough that I suffer the torment of lending my exquisite stature to a firm that employs a Philistine as manager. No. I am now subjected to the ignominy of having it secreted in a corner behind a variety of bric-a-brac one would expect to find only in the men's lounge at Coney Island.
Mr. Lasdown...
Maybe I told you that duty was to enjoy this room's most favorable location. You made a grave mistake, sir. A momentous mistake.
But please, Mr.
Enough,
Lasdown...
sir. I'm repossessing my Buddha forthwith. For years, I forced myself to deal with you in a patient and forbearing manner. But never again. This is the crowning blow. Far be it for Philip Lasdown to cast pearls before swine.
Oh, that man, Mr. Diamond. Oh, that terrifying man. I must have been born under an unlucky star.
Well, relax. Things could be worse.
You've still got a little hair on your head.
Even that's getting thin.
So who wants fat hair? I left Quimby wringing the cold sweat out of his hands and took a cab over to the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters. When I walked in, the clock above Lieutenant Levinson's desk said 12 noon, and Lieutenant Levinson said,
"Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter, Patty? I remind you of your lost youth?
No, lost cause.
Well, you might as well face it, Walter. You hate me because I have an athletic waistline.
Ha, ha, ha.
Eureka. At last, a 3-syllable word. I knew you could do it, Otis. I'm going to let you do me a favor.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. I want you to check with the morgue and all hospitals and jails for an Arthur Block, lately employed as the night watchman of the Far East Importing Company.
Oh. Well, I'll check, but not because you told me to.
Then why?
Because I'm stupid. I guess I told him. What's all this about, Rick?
That's a missing night watchman and $50,000 in jewels, Walt. But you can't stick your nose in it yet. Nobody's dead.
I've got a sergeant who could make a liar out of you.
What do you know about a guy named Philip J. Lasdown?
Never heard of him.
Shove me that phone, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Forget it. Just leave a nickel.
Oh, he's a collector of rare art objects and nasty dispositions.
Want me to check on this Lasdown for you?
Might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yes?
Quimby?
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I was hoping you'd call.
You and 10,000 foolish debutantes.
Mr. Lasdown has had the Buddha removed, and he is sending his lawyer over in the morning for an accounting. Now, should I tell him about the jewels now or wait until morning?
Wait, if you want this thing solved. What's Lasdown's address?
Blue Heron Road at Long Island.
Thanks. I'm going out to see him. I'll check with you later.
Patience, please. I do not read pick, look, see, quick, or popular mechanics. I refuse to endorse a petition, and as far as a free excursion to the Bahamas with all expenses paid, I couldn't be less interested. Now, if you'd be so kind as to remove your person from my property. I'm warning you, sir.
Look, Your Highness, remember me? I met you this afternoon at the Far East Importing Company.
I remember you. Good day. Young man, if you do not remove your foot from my door, I may resort to violence. You will kindly remove your foot?
By all means, as soon as you answer a few questions.
Who are you, sir? I mean, what's your occupation?
I am a private detective.
How earthy. Well, what do you want?
How many things do you have on consignment in the Far East Importing Company?
Oh, good grief. What kind of a question is that?
The first of several.
I have many things on consignment there.
Anything of extreme value?
What are you getting at?
Just curious.
Yes, disgustingly so. Of course, there are many things of extreme value. Approximately $50,000 in rare gems, a dozen priceless antiques. As a matter of fact, that Buddha which you saw this morning, my most priceless possession. Aside from being very old, the eyes are two perfect pigeon blood rubies. Now, is there anything else? I'm sure your foot must be going to sleep.
Did you ever know or meet a man named Arthur Block?
Never.
He was the night watchman at the shop.
The night watchman. So our conversation's at an end. I find your reference to my association with the night watchman the lowest form of discord. Now, good day.
Gesundheit to you.
Hey, bud.
Sorry, I do not read pick, click, quick, look, spook.
Hey, who's taking the census? I just want to know if a party named Lasdown lives here.
Well, you could hardly call him a party. More like a friendly street fight.
Look, friend, I got to pick up some luggage. Does Lasdown live here?
Yeah, with a bosom Buddha. Lasdown's the one with the toupee.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I was just closing up shop. Have you found out anything?
Well, not much. Tell me something, Quimby. Where do you keep those jewels?
Away in the safe.
Did the night watchman have the combination?
Yes, in case of fire. There are also some perishables in with the gems.
Did he know much about the rest of the merchandise in the store?
Yes, of course. He had a list and made inventory every night.
Did he know Lasdown's Buddha had ruby eyes?
But I don't know. Well, how'd you find out?
Lasdown told me. If the night watchman knew about those rubies, I wonder why he didn't pry them out and take them along.
I never thought of that.
Have you touched that safe?
Yes, when I opened it and discovered the loss.
Well, don't do it again. It may have some of the night watchman's fingerprints on it somewhere. Tell me, did you know Lasdown was planning on leaving town?
Leaving town? No, I didn't.
Well, I'm not sure that he is, but I've got a hunch. Are you going home after you lock up?
Yes.
Well, give me your phone number. I'm going down to the precinct and may want to reach you later.
Well, hello, Blue Eyes. You still looking for Block?
That's right. Has he shown up?
No. Hey, honey, you just skipped off without saying goodbye. Had a beer all open for you.
Oh, I bet you were so unhappy you poured it down the drain.
You sure are the one.
I sure am. Look, sweetheart, if Block shows up, call me at the 5th Precinct Police Station. Name's Diamond.
Sure, handsome. Oh, you fracture me.
Well, that's an idea.
I couldn't find nothing on that missing night watchman, Shamus.
Well, thanks anyway, Otis. In appreciation, I may send you a large can of Red Heart, liver flavor.
Oh, go chase your tail around the block.
Otis.
Yeah, and I got plenty more things to say.
Funny things?
Funny as your face. I'm tired of you making fun of me. I ain't no dog.
You having trouble with Otis again?
Oh, I don't think it's anything serious. But I would suggest a rabies shot.
Well, here's something that might interest you. Philip J. Lasdown booked passage on the Star of the Orient, sailing for the Far East tonight at 11 o'clock.
Famous beauty expert Ann Delafield says that women are tired of endless jars and bottles that cost so much time and money. She says that more than one cream is just nonsense.
But can just one cream do everything for your skin?
It certainly can. That is, if it's Ann Delafield's all-purpose deep cream. Here's a cleansing cream, face cream, night cream, eye and throat cream. All creams in one. A special blend of all the fine, rich, natural oils so necessary and good for care of your skin.
Sounds wonderful. Does Ann Delafield have makeup, too?
Yes, indeed. She's designed a whole new, no-nonsense cosmetic line just for you modern women. There are vitamins for true beauty from within. Fine powder with built-in foundation. Everything you need for looking your lovely.
All this must be pretty expensive.
But you're wrong. You'll find that the Ann Delafield Cosmetics give you most for your cosmetic dollar and save you so much time as well. So look for them today at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Walt's enlightening bit of information certainly seemed important, so I sat down to try and figure out exactly what I had to date. My client, Quimby, had come into my office and hired me to locate a missing night watchman named Arthur Block because $50,000 in gems had been pilfered from Quimby's shop. The gems belonged to a particularly disgusting character named Philip J. Lasdown. The missing night watchman, Block, was still missing. And by the looks of his room, he'd skipped without taking anything with him. And by the look of his landlady, I couldn't blame him. Well, I tied it all together, and the conclusion was amazingly simple. I had exactly nothing.
Hey, I got something hot, Lieutenant. 211 on River Street. I fished the guy out of the bay at the end of Pier 16. I identified as one Arthur Block.
Hey.
That's your missing night watchman, isn't it?
That's his name.
They bring the body in?
Yeah, it's down the morgue now.
Get Quimby down there for identification. Here's his phone number.
Does Block have any family or anything?
I don't know, but you might check with his landlady. She can get you an identification, too.
Otis, get this Quimby and the landlady. Take them down to the morgue. We're going up to see Verdier in ballistics.
Right.
Here's the slug, Lieutenant. Huh? Almost like a ball. This is really most amazing. That slug was fired from a weapon made in 1831 by Samuel Colt. He patented it in Europe in 1835 and in the U.S. in 1836.
What did the gun look like?
Well, it was the forerunner of the Colt 44. A single barrel with a revolving breech carried 5 slugs. During the Fieschi Revolution in France in 1834, Fieschi had a rifle made like it. Tried to assassinate Louis Philippe.
Lieutenant.
Well, what is it, you mallet head?
Call just came over the hot shot. That guy Philip Lasdown said someone had busted into his house and tried to rob him. He said he chased the guy off, but he was screaming for protection.
Come on, Walt. I think we better go over there. Well, things were beginning to shape up. Walt and I piled in the squad car and headed for Long Island, the house of Philip J. Lasdown. When we got there, Lasdown was hopping around like a kangaroo with a hot foot.
Fine state of affairs. getting so a man isn't even safe in his own home. What's the city coming to? A police force is obviously second only to the Boy Scouts.
Now, calm down, Mr.
Calm down, my
Lansdowne.
good fellow. I have no intention of calming down. How would you enjoy walking into your own living room and there, slinking around in the dark, a pathological fiend intent on robbing you of your most priceless possession?
What was he after?
My Buddha. The object of your particularly uncouth interrogation of this afternoon, Mr. Diamond. By the way, where were you 40 minutes ago?
Oh, relax. Did you get a look at this guy?
The lights were out.
Well, did he take you, Buddha?
He most certainly did not. But had I not walked in at the precise moment, he would probably be carrying his piggyback to the middle of Times Square. And your observing police force would undoubtedly stop traffic for him.
That's the Buddha right over there, Walt.
Keep your hands off it.
Now, look, Lassie, you called the police. The police are here, so relax before someone puts their foot in that big mouth.
Well, really?
Yeah, really. You're getting ready to leave town, aren't you?
I don't see that that's any concern of yours, Lieutenant.
Well, Buster, in case you don't know it, you're the number one suspect in a killing.
I beg your pardon?
Do you own any antique guns?
Guns? Sir, I do not collect weapons of any sort. I demand to know what you mean when you say I am suspected of killing.
The night watchman at Quimby's antique shop was shot to death and dumped in the river.
The night watchman again. I told Mr. Diamond once that my association with the night watchman was as ridiculous as General MacArthur sending Sally a charm bracelet.
Nothing's been touched on the Buddha?
Nothing. As soon as the thief knew the value of the ruby eyes.
Has there been any publicity about the Buddha?
Some.
Walt, come here.
Excuse us a second, Mr. Lansdowne?
You couldn't make it a year, could you?
Charming fellow.
Yeah. Look, Walt. In some way, the night watchman, the missing gems, Lansdowne, and his Buddha are all mixed up together.
Okay, so what? We haven't even got the murder weapon.
Well, if the night watchman did swipe the jewels out of the safe, then someone probably killed him for them.
Yeah, that figures.
If he was planning on stealing them, wouldn't he be all ready to skip town?
Sure.
Well, he hadn't packed a thing. His apartment hadn't been touched.
Oh, that's not much.
Okay. If someone wanted to get that Buddha, why not break in the store?
Because it's easier to break into a house out on Long Island.
The Buddha was just moved this afternoon. Who knew Lansdowne took it?
Yeah.
And if the potential thief is mixed up with the original jewel theft, why didn't he grab the rubies in the store?
I never thought of that.
No. I think he wanted that Buddha for something else. Oh, Lansdowne.
What do you want?
Is there anything else about that Buddha besides the eyes?
I told you once it's a very rare piece.
Yeah, aside from that. Could anyone hide something in it?
Hide something? Why, yes, of course. It's hollow. The whole back swings open. Wealthy families used to place their valuable possessions inside the Buddha for protection.
Show us.
Certainly. There you are. You see, the space inside is quite... Good grief.
Don't touch it.
Isn't that a gun?
Certainly is, and there may be fingerprints on it.
Well, I assure you that does not belong to me.
Do you know anything about a gun like this?
Well, only that it's apparently very old. An antique.
8 to 5, that's the one that killed the night watchman. Give me a handkerchief.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you'll have to postpone your trip, Mr. Lansdowne.
Well, I've already purchased my ticket.
Have you any idea why the night watchman was killed last night?
None whatsoever.
All of those uncut gems you had consigned to Quimby were stolen.
What?
That's right.
Well, why wasn't I notified?
Because Mr. Quimby thought I could recover them before you found out.
That Shylock, that deceitful little pipsqueak. After all the business I've given him.
Come on, Walt.
I shall personally take extreme delight in exposing him as a discredit to his profession.
Come on. You won't leave town, will you, Lassie, old boy?
You have my word, sir. At least not until I've dealt with that traitor personally.
But he's a suspect. We can't leave him. Rick!
With Walt protesting all the way, we climbed in the squad car and pulled it down the street to wait. In about 2 minutes flat, Lansdowne came streaming out of the house, piled into his own car, and took off for the city with us right behind. A half an hour later, we watched him go into a building on the east side, and we followed. The nail box gave us Quimby's apartment, and by the time we reached the floor, we could hear Lansdowne raising his blood pressure up past the boiling point.
How dare you! How dare you!
Please, Mr. Lansdowne.
After all these years, Quimby, this is unforgivable.
He's really going at us.
Mr. Lansdowne, you couldn't blame me.
I won't do anything else but blame you, Quimby. There's no excuse.
Please, the neighbors.
I assure you your neighbors will only be the first to hear of this atrocity.
When they find the night watchman.
They have found it.
You are?
Floating in that filthy river out there. And who put that gun in my Buddha?
You found it?
Walter. You knew it was there.
That does it.
No.
Wait.
I don't know anything about it.
Liar!
Why did you think I found it? The police discovered it.
The police?
Yes. They believe it's the same gun that killed... Quimby, you didn't.
What's going on?
I don't know. We'd better get in it.
Quimby. No.
We'd sure better.
No, don't shoot!
Stop it, Quimby!
No.
You all right, Rick?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You imagine such effrontery? That assassin's apprentice was going to shoot me.
Here's his gun, Walt.
Looks like I got him in the leg.
I can't believe it. I, Philip J. Lansdowne, being subjected to such distasteful melodrama.
I'll call an ambulance.
I haven't viewed such a spectacle since I was 8 1/2. Sitting in the balcony of the Savannah Opera House, watching a third-class road company chase Little Eva across the ice.
I can imagine, Lassie. Now, let's have a look at Quimby. Come on, Quimby. Better tell me about it. You killed the night watchman with that antique gun.
Yes, I kept the gun in my desk at the office. I was taking the jewels from the safe to make it look like robbery when Block came on duty. He was early, and he surprised me. Shot him and hid the gun in the Buddha.
That's why you were so shocked when Lansdowne came and got it today.
Yes, when you told me he was leaving town, I feared he would take the Buddha with him and discover the gun inside.
It was you who broke into my house this evening.
Yes, Mr. Lansdowne.
Wagon's on the way.
Well, Mr. Lansdowne, you were pretty lucky.
What a revolting display of uncontrolled emotion.
Lansdowne!
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Lansdowne's fainted.
Why were you so late, Rick?
Oh, I got mixed up with a screwy one. I was going to leave the station earlier, but Otis got to discussing Freud with a very learned gentleman named Lansdowne.
Otis was discussing Freud.
Mm-hmm. True. Couldn't tear myself away. Seems, according to Otis, that this year Freud plays second base for Brooklyn. Then we got around to Kenzie and discovered he was batting 200.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Neither did I. But Otis explained he's been in a slump all season.
You and your friends.
I hate to mention it, but you qualify in that league.
Oh, but you love me.
I do not. I just breathe hard from an irritated sinus condition.
Well, use the condition and sing me a song.
Okay.
What are you going to sing?
I don't think it's any of your business.
Oh, that's a nice song. How does it go?
Well, you pick one.
All right. Let's see. No. I like...
New York in June. How about you?
That's cute.
I like a Gershwin tune. How about you?
I
love a fireside when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill. And Doug MacArthur's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you?
I like it.
You like me?
Well,
Come here. Oh. Well, do you?
I don't think it's any of your business.
If your summer fun is being spoiled by the misery of athlete's foot, your Rexall family druggist has a great new product for you. It's Aerosol Fungi Rex, a greaseless, stainless spray-on relief that's easy, quick, and clean. Fingertip-controlled spray eliminates messy application, gives positive coverage to the entire infected area, and all the burning, itching, and discomfort of athlete's foot are quickly relieved. Ask for Aerosol Fungi Rex. That's FUNGI-REX. Aerosol Fungi Rex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Howard McNear, Jeanette Nolan, John McIntyre, Arthur Q. Bryan, Wilms Herbert, and Harold Dayenfort. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Now get new and better relief from acid upset stomach. Try Bismarex Gel, the new liquid antacid that gives four-way relief. Bismarex Gel contains aluminum hydroxide for the plus benefits of absorbing and neutralizing excess stomach acid and leaving a protective covering. Ask for Bismarex Gel, Bisma-REXGEL, Bismarex Gel at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure with chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello. All right, Costello.
Like I've never loved
Wait a minute. What's the idea of coming in here singing?
I'm going to sing on a program tonight.
What do you know about music? You wouldn't know a bass from a soprano.
Is that so? You wouldn't see me sliding in a second soprano, would you? And besides, my new girl wants me to sing on the program.
You've got a new girl?
Yes, every night she knocks on my door, throws her arms around me, hugs and kisses me, and calls me Gregory Peck.
She calls you Gregory Peck?
Gregory Peck.
Why didn't you tell her you're not Gregory Peck?
Silly boy.
What does this girl do, Lou?
She's a striptease dancer at the burlesque show. I wait for her every night outside the stage door.
Does she meet you?
No, but she waves to me from the patrol wagon as it goes by.
Saints. I used to chase girls like you, and I never got anywhere. And one day I decided life wasn't worth living. I tried to shoot myself, and somebody stopped me. I tried to hang myself, and somebody stopped me.
Too bad.
I tried to drown myself, and somebody stopped me.
Some people never know when to mind their own business.
Well, all I have to say to you, Costello, is adios.
Adios?
Yes, that's goodbye in Spanish.
Well, Los Angeles traffic.
Los Angeles traffic.
That's goodbye in any language.
Hey, wait a minute, boys. Here's a serious-looking fella trying to get a word in edgewise. Let's see what he has to say.
Why, what are you hollering about this time? I've been chosen a man of distinction by the Boy Scouts of America. And my picture is going to be in all the magazines.
What picture?
There it is. It's a picture of me leaning up against my scoutmaster, drinking a glass of buttermilk.
You must be pretty popular with your Boy Scout troop.
Yes, sir. I'm the only Boy Scout in California that's got a hot rod.
Yeah, you don't even know what a hot rod is.
Oh, yes, I do. A hot rod is a jalopy that smokes Mexican cigarettes.
You idiot. You running around with a bunch of kids at your age? There must be something wrong with you. What's the matter with you anyway?
Can't figure it out, Abbott. I sleep good at night. I sleep good in the morning. But during the day, I just seem to twist and turn.
No wonder nobody will associate with you. You haven't got a friend in the world.
How can you say that, Abbott? I'm the most popular guy in my hometown. Every one of the 300,000 people in Patterson, New Jersey love me.
Wait a minute, Costello. 300,000. Patterson only has 140,000 people.
When were you there last?
2 years ago.
Well, people have children, you know.
Please talk sense. What's that roll of paper you've got in your pocket?
That's my Christmas shopping list, and you're right on the top.
Oh, say, that's wonderful. What are you going to get me, Lou?
I'm going to get you a handful of nickels and dimes and put them in your mouth.
What do you want to give me a handful of nickels and dimes to put in my mouth?
I'd like to hear some change in your conversation.
Never mind. Who else is on your list?
Well, there's my Uncle Mike. I don't know what to get him. Last year I got him a smoking jacket.
Did he like it?
Oh, sure. Christmas morning he stuffed it into his pipe.
Didn't it burn?
Yeah, but not as good as tobacco. I think I'll get my Aunt May one of those old man river girdles.
What's an old man river girdle?
It helps you tote that barge and lift that bale. I'll either get that or I'll get a book, a volume by O. Henry.
Oh, a volume?
Yeah.
Oh, Henry only wrote short stories.
How much can you write on a wrapper off a candy bar?
What is Uncle Mike going to get Aunt May, Lou?
I don't know. Last year he gave her a fur piece. He shot it under the house. Had a white stripe down its back.
That was a skunk.
Huh?
That was a skunk. Why'd Uncle Mike shoot it?
After he shot it, he asked himself the same question.
Wait a minute now. After all, skunk is pretty expensive. If your Uncle Mike had to buy it, he would have had to sell his house to pay for it.
After he shot it, he had to sell the house anyway.
My wife wants a mink coat for Christmas, but mink skins cost $40 apiece.
Why don't you just buy her one skin and a sock stretcher?
Costello, that's ridiculous. My wife's one of the most beautiful women in Hollywood. Every time I look at her, she reminds me of Jane Russell.
Me too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What makes her remind you of Jane Russell?
She's got legs like Bob Waterfield.
When my wife puts on an evening gown, she looks like she was poured in it.
You're right, Abbott. She looks like she was poured in it and forgot to say when.
Is that so? My wife was a picture star a few years ago, you know. Her last picture was the Great Forest Fire. She was the siren.
I saw that picture. She nearly fell off the truck 3 times.
Costello, my wife is one of the most popular girls in this town. Why, I only won her on account of my great romantic ability.
You've got romantic ability?
Certainly. When I put my arms around a girl and kiss her, her eyes close and she faints dead away.
Yeah, but I used to be able to do the same thing, only lately garlic doesn't agree with me.
Tell me, Costello, how's your romance coming with that rich girl from Pasadena?
She wasn't serious, Abbott. I found out it was nothing but puppy love on her part.
When did she break the engagement?
When she found out I wasn't a puppy.
You should have hung on to her, Costello. Her family were very wealthy. Their home has 20 bathrooms.
Their home has 20 bathrooms?
That's right.
No wonder they call them the filthy rich. You know, she was a nice girl, Abbott, but there was only one thing wrong with her. She had $1 million smile.
Well, what's wrong with that?
She'd only smile at guys that had $1 million.
Well, now that you've broken off with her, why don't you make a play for my younger sister, Babe?
Your sister, Babe? Mm-hmm. Don't tell me she's out here in California now.
Sure, she's always wanted to come out here to the West where men are men and women are women.
Yes, out here in the West where men are men and women are women. And now your sister, Babe, has to come out here and confuse the whole thing. Costello, my sister babe may be fat, but remember, she's a slick chick. She's slick, all right. The last time I had a date with her, I'd been over to kiss her goodnight, and her hair slid off. Are you trying to insinuate that my sister babe is bald? I wouldn't say that, Abbott. She's got one of those new sunny tuft hairdos. Sunny tuft hairdos? Yeah, it's sunny down the middle, and there's a tuft on each side.
Costello.
Now it's Abbott's nephew, folks. Now what do you want, Norman?
Well, I'm on the committee for the Rose Bowl parade, and we want you to ride on one of those big rose-covered floats on New Year's Day.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, but I've got to tell you something. There's one restriction. You can't tell any of the jokes you tell on the radio while you're riding on the float.
And why not?
We want the people to smell the roses.
That did it. I can't stand this any longer. Every week the same thing.
Oh, now wait a minute,
And
Costello.
he gets money for it.
What are you going to do?
Huh?
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Norman, this studio isn't big enough for the two of us. Now, here, you take this gun and I'll take this gun. And we'll shoot at each other until one of us is dead.
Okay. You want to bet a quarter I win?
Bet a quarter? What for?
I just thought you might want to make it exciting.
Look, why don't you go over to the Rolly cigarette program and have your head moisturized? Wait a minute. Now, get out of here. Hey, Abbott, why don't you get that guy a job and keep him out of here?
He just comes in here for laughs. He's got a job. He's a salesman.
Are you kidding? That guy couldn't sell anything.
Right now, he's working in the drugstore, and they're having a 1-cent sale.
What's he selling?
Pennies.
Pennies? Cucamonga 32, Pomona 31, San Fernando above 32, Riverside 28.
Wait a minute, Costello. What are you doing?
Figured as long as I ain't getting any laughs, I just might as well read the frost warnings.
That's no attitude to take. After all, Costello, this is Christmas time. Don't you feel the spirit of Christmas?
Yes, I guess you're right, Abbott. I feel like helping everybody. I've got nothing but good in my heart. See that old man over there? The one with the beard and the patches on his pants?
Yes.
I'll show you I got the spirit of Christmas. I'm going over there and help that old man out.
That's the spirit, Costello.
Hiya, buddy. Did I talk to you for a minute?
Oh, what do you want?
Well, I don't want to be forward, and this being Christmas, you know, I'm Lou Costello, the actor. I thought that maybe you'd, sort of, well...
Well, here's a dime. Get lost.
Santa Paula, 32. Ventura, 29. and 30.
Hello, boys.
Hey, look, Costello, it's our secretary, Viola Vance.
Hey.
I called you last night, Viola, and you weren't home.
No, I was over at Costello's house practicing love scenes with him.
You were practicing love scenes with Costello?
Uh-huh.
He's so short he doesn't even come up to your shoulders. How can he make love to you?
Well, I stand him on a box, put my arms around him tight, kick the box out from under him, and I've got him trapped.
Oh, high, 29. Tipped in above 32. Hollow, 31. Well, I'll leave you two. Cheerio, so long, Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar.
Pip Pip and Hetty Lamar?
Yeah, that's 3 pips.
Hey, where are you going, Costello?
I gotta go home now and take care of my brother Pat. You know, he's in that awkward age, you know.
Awkward age?
Yeah, he's too young to leave home alone and too old to trust but babies for this.
Why waste your time with your brother Pat? Why don't you take Viola to the movies?
Oh, no, I'm not going to go to the movies with Costello after what happened the last time.
What happened?
Viola and I were holding hands, but we had to let go because we were tripping too many people.
You were tripping people?
Yeah, she was sitting across the aisle from me.
Now do you see why I won't go to the movies with him?
You don't have to go with me, Viola. I can get plenty of girls. Only tonight coming down here, Ann Sheridan says, "Hiya, Lou."
When did you ever meet Ann Sheridan?
I've seen her so many times on a screen, she thinks she knows me.
Are you kidding? You don't know anybody in pictures.
I don't, eh? Here comes Alan Ladd. I'll show you who my pals are. Hi, Alan.
Hiya, Mac. Mac? Mac? I thought he was your pal.
Ah, he's a little...
Why did he call you Mac?
He's a little nearsighted. He thought I was Fred McMurray.
Well, so long, Costello. And remember... If you want to, you can come over to my house tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Costello, that was nice of Viola to invite you over for dinner.
Yes, but I ain't going to go to her house anymore for dinner. She's too wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy?
Yes, every time we get through with dinner, she always says, "I wishy you'd washy the dishes."
Get her out of
up, men, but it's time to change the subject for just about 60 seconds.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's our new singer, Hal Winters. Let's give Hal a nice big hand.
Nice big hand for Hal Winters.
Day in, day out, the same old hoodoo follows me about, the same old pounding in my heart whenever I think of you, and darling, I think of you, day in and day out, day out, day in. I needn't tell you how my day begins. When I awaken with a tingle, one possibility in view, that possibility of maybe seeing you. Come rain, come shine, I meet you and to me the day is fine. Then I speak your name and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out. Then I speak your name, and that pounding becomes the ocean's roar, 1,000 drums. Can't you see it's love? Can there be any doubt? When there it is, day in, day out.
Costello, put down that water pitcher. Put down that water pitcher. What are you doing?
I put it down.
What are you doing?
Well, I'm drinking water. Doctor told me to drink water an hour before I eat, and I don't like it.
Why not?
I've been drinking for 20 minutes. If I take another swallow, I'll bust.
What doctor did you go to?
My cousin, he's a doctor. Dr. Vincent Varello.
Is he a good doctor?
Good. He's the greatest doctor in Cucamonga, the most skillful doctor in Cucamonga. There's no better doctor in Cucamonga.
What makes you so sure?
He's the only doctor in Cucamonga.
I mean, why do you go all the way to Cucamonga? There's a doctor right in your block.
Yeah, but he's a baby doctor. I ain't got no confidence in him.
Why not?
Very few babies make good doctors.
Forget about it. Have you heard any more from our sponsors about how they like your Sam Shovel detective stories?
Indeed I have. Here's a letter from one of them that came this morning. I'll read it. Dear Lou Costello, since I heard you were going to continue your Sam Shovel detective series, I have decided to take the old picture off our bottles and replace it with your picture. For as long as you do your Sam Shovel series, every bottle of our product will have your picture on the label.
What product do they make?
Iodine.
I thought so. What is your Sam Shovel detective mystery for tonight, Gus?
One of my minor cases, Abbott. I call it the case of the babysitter who was fired because he neglected his work, or it was time for a change.
Well, let's get on with the case.
And now,
now, the makers of Pismo Cocoa, the cocoa that won't keep you awake unless you drink it, present your favorite radio mystery, Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product. Friends, when you drink cocoa before you go to bed, do you toss and turn? Try a cup of Pismo Cocoa tonight. No more tossing, no more turning. You'll just lie there, dead. Pismo Cocoa comes in the regular style for those who make it in a pot. It also comes vacuum-packed for those who make it in a vacuum cleaner. Drink Pismo Cocoa and know when you drink Pismo Cocoa what a good cup tastes like. Say, compared to the cocoa, the cup will taste wonderful. And now let's listen to what people all over the country are saying about Pismo Cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
That's cocoa.
Friends, we're proud of Pismo Cocoa. Remember this, during the war, Pismo Cocoa was chosen by our army as the cocoa they served overseas. They served it to the Japs. And now Pismo Cocoa brings you the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel. Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I've had a tough day. I'm sitting here in my little office dozing. I'm sleepy. Suddenly I see a Dunhill, a K. Woody, a corn cob, a briar. I'm having pipe dreams. The telephone company was here this morning and put in a phone. I look at my new phone number, Elephant 6688. Must be on a trunk line. I just finished listening to my favorite radio giveaway show. It's the only real giveaway show on the air. If you guess the answer, they give away the show. I see the mailman's shadow on the window of my office door. He's bringing my mail. He delivers the mail the hard way. The hard way. He crawls through the mail slot and drags the mail in after him. I notice my new map has arrived in the mail. It's got the boundaries of all the states marked on it. I study the map. There's the Ohio state line. There's the Indiana line. There's... Yo! That must be the Mason-Dixon line. I love the South. I'll never forget how I trailed Shotgun Jake through the South. He thought he was a smart guy, but I fixed his wagon. I grabbed him in Atlanta and fixed his wagon. In Chattanooga, I fixed his wagon. In Birmingham, I fixed his wagon. I made a lot of money on that case. He gave me $5 every time I fixed his wagon. Here's a letter from a crook in Switzerland. He's in prison at the Yodel Yodel. That's Swiss for Sing Sing. I decide to read the rest of my mail. Here's a letter I don't understand. Dear Sam Shovel, we're sick of you butting into our business. If the Varela gang don't kill you, we'll kill you. Signed, the Merry Gang. P.S. If you're already dead, please disregard this note. That sounds like a threatening letter. I better make sure I'm armed. I open the drawer of my desk to check on my gun. It's a Colt. Here's a postcard from my bookmaker. He wants me to send him $1 for a football pool. I don't think I'll do it. It's a waste of time building a pool for a football. It's about time for my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, to show up. Abbott is a fine cop. Abbott, the chief wants to put him on the headquarters squad. No wonder. Abbott is the only cop in the force that's got a head the size of a quarter. I've hung out with Lieutenant Abbott so much we've become known as sidekicks. It's not because we're so friendly. It's just that every time we meet, we kick each other in the side. Suddenly I hear footsteps outside my door.
Hello, Sam Shovel.
Glad you showed up, Lieutenant Abbott. How about paying me the $5 you owe me?
When April showers, they come my way.
Every time I ask for money, he gives me a song and dance. Where have you been, Lieutenant Abbott?
I just arrested a guy for changing a tire.
You can't arrest a man for changing a tire.
From my car to his.
Car? Lieutenant Abbott also changed that joke from my punchline to his punchline.
Sam, this office is filthy. Why don't you get some cleaning equipment? Clean up the dirt.
I've got plenty of cleaning equipment. I got vacuum cleaners, mops, brooms, and scrubbing brushes.
Why don't you use them?
Can't find them. They're under the dirt.
You're a disgrace to the detective business. What an office. It's ankle deep in dirt. Why don't you open a window?
The only window in the place is in my kitchenette.
Well, open it.
What, and let the sun come in and kill my mushroom bed? As I said this, I heard a creepy sound in the hall outside. I turned and looked. Lieutenant Abbott and I said, quick, somebody's coming. Hide behind that marble slab.
Sam. Sam, you were right. There's someone at the door.
The door slowly opened. Get it open while I'm still young enough to read the next line. Standing in the doorway was the most gorgeous girl I've ever seen. She spoke.
Oh, Monsieur Sam Chauvel, I have heard that you are a great detective, no?
That I am. I looked at this lovely creature. She was wearing a low-cut evening gown.
Sam Chauvel, will you help me out?
Lady, don't you think you're out far enough already?
Sam Chauvel, who is your so charming friend?
This is Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad.
Ah, the famous brave Lieutenant Abbott. Lieutenant, I am in great danger. You can help me, n'est-ce pas?
Mais oui, mademoiselle.
Oh, chérie, que vous êtes le plus bel homme du monde.
Oh, I don't think I could do that.
Oh, mais je crois que vous êtes un méchant garçon.
I couldn't do that.
Oh, mais vous n'avez pas besoin d'être si insolente avec moi.
I couldn't do that.
What's she saying, Abbott? Maybe I could.
Sam Chauvel, you are so brave. The terrible Count Boris is after me. Tell me, what would you do if you were in my shoes?
I'd probably fall flat on my puss.
Countess, you shouldn't drag Sam Shovel into this case.
Here we go again.
Count Boris is a vicious man. He might kill Sam. Besides, you have no money to pay the fee.
Oh, it is true I have no money, but Sam, I can pay you with kisses.
Kisses are not legal tender.
They may not be legal, but I'll bet they're tender.
Sam, you are so wonderful. I'm going to give you a kiss that will melt your heart.
Sam, say something.
Does anybody want to buy 10 cents worth of liquid hot?
Count Boris, he's looking for me. He is always seeking me. For 5 years I've been hiding from him. Quick, Sam, where can I hide?
Here, hide under the desk.
Where is she? I know she's here. I've been looking for her for 5 years. Aha! There you are under the desk, huh? Come out, Countess Borden. I have found you, and you know what that means.
What are you going to do to her, Count Boris?
Nothing. Only now it's my turn to hide. She's got to find me.
Get him out of here, will you?
Abbott and Costello will have the last word as usual. But before they do, we'd like you to ponder this.
night, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say that the part of Sam Shovel in tonight's show was played by Luke Costello. And I, Bud Abbott, do not necessarily agree with anything he says.
Thank you, Abbott. And I want to say that the part of Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad is played by Bud Abbott. And if there is any resemblance between Abbott and any living person, there would be better off dead.
Thank you. And now let's give a bow to our orchestra leader, Matty Malnick, and to our singer, Hal Winters.
And I'd like to give credit to our writing staff, which is headed by Lee Foreman with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello, Martin Ragaway, and Leonard Stern.
And let's not forget our capable producer, Charles Vander.
And let's not forget to say good night.
Good night, folks.
Good night to everybody in Paris. Good night.
Listen each Thursday night at this time to another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.